Yo,
Hello.
what's happening, man?
Yeah. Yeah. Let me see first if something's if my camera's if it's a little stable, I'll turn it back on. But let's see
Okay,
how it goes for
yeah,
a few minutes.
it's good, it's good. But I would probably just like add a what's it called, like an avatar, so people like have something to look at or something. I don't know, like that's up to you, man. That's up to you. But yo, we're back. We're back. How's everyone doing? You already have Denny Tate in the chat, and you already got Vin Zingers in the chat already. Hope you guys are doing well. Hope you guys are doing well. Let's see. And we got Dave is already in the chat. Hope you're doing well, Dave. Oh man. So lots of stuff happened this week. Grae, would you like keeping like up to date, like what's happening? I know there's
Uh
major changes on your end. So like
yeah. I was really busy for the week, and I was thinking all about it all week. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I told my mom really late. She only found it like 2 days ago. So you were the first to know, actually.
Oh shit. I feel honored. I feel honored.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So we have a bunch of stuff we're going to be talking about, which is cool. So there's I guess there's Sentry has been cast. I'm going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about some Sentry news. I'm going to talk about some Knights of the Old Republic stuff and a whole lot more. We're going to talk about that. We have Nagy is our moderator. So if you have new ones who's saying that I'm still looking at buttholes, just get him out of here. Just get him out. No, I'm just kidding. Yo, what's going on, Andy? Hope you're doing well. Let's see. Just got off work. Gonna drive home while listening to the show. All right. Thank you so much. Let's see. Alacrity says a Phil great stream last night. Yo, thank you so much. Thank you. I tried to not. I played a lot. I played it twice though. What's it called again? The Alex Jones video game. Holy crap, that was amazing. But yes. But yeah. But if you guys are interested, we're going to be talking about a bunch of stuff. But if you guys are interested, go ahead and check out some of our merch linked in the description below and pinned in the comments. Get yourself some Project Eggroll merch. But yeah, I'm still trying to like finalize the designs that I've been doing right now. But yes, if you do want to use promo code Asian to get 20% off your order, go ahead and do that. You get some of your Project Eggroll merch right over here. Get your Let's Go Brandon, and you got your Project Eggroll hub and the regular one, and it changed for Trump. If I'm pretty sure there's some people who bought it that can't wear it in public because of that. But yes, go ahead and use promo code Asian at checkout to save 20%, and get yourself some coffee also from coffee brand coffee. They do have some special K cups and stuff like that, and they do have actual like hats and goodie bags and stuff like that. So I believe Jeremy Hamley basically said they have like snacks in now, which is pretty nutty. So yeah, get some of that. Also use promo code Asian and use our affiliated link down below, and that will definitely help out the channel. But yes, joining us tonight and talking about a bunch of shit that happened this week and a whole lot more. Welcome back, Dan. How's it going, man?
Hey, what's up, Eggroll? What's up, chat? Boy.
Yeah, a lot of stuff happened, man. When's the last time you've been on?
I think it was back in September or October. It was
a
while
couple
ago.
A couple of months.
Yeah. And so much has gone. Like literally the week after we did our stream, suddenly all the stuff that was the famous Az rant happened, and boy, it's been great.
Yeah. So for people who don't know you, like, and then of course you for to make sure that like everyone's okay and stuff like that, and to, being anonymous and stuff like that. Like, you want to tell people like, what do you do and stuff like that? Who are you? Or are you just gonna be like, I'm just Dan?
Well, I am at this current time, I'm an independent animator and a caricature artist. Since the lockdowns, I've been working pretty much independent outside the Hollywood industry bubble. They try to mandate certain things that I wasn't cool with, and then everything shut down. And so now I've been working pretty steady for smaller operations, doing storyboards, doing animation, and it's been great. There's pros and cons to it. Obviously, the money isn't the same as working a union gig, but you don't have to do what they tell you. You don't have to work with the community, and it's great. You have a lot of creativity. There's people who want to make content that want to go back to basics and just make really cool, entertaining, and I'm actually working with kids education again, so it's just like harkens back to our ABC Mouse days. But
Mhm.
they just want to do good stuff. And the con is that again, the money isn't good, and sometimes it runs out. I recently had to actually sue one of the
Oof.
startup companies because they ran out of money and they
Oh
owed.
wow,
Oof.
that's crazy.
So it's everything, like Thomas Sowell said, there's no solutions, only trade-offs. You trade your freedom, you trade being happy doing what you want to do, but you lose job security, you lose a lot of benefits. So
Yeah.
but I'm like I said, as long as I'm earning money and I'm doing what I can, it's great, and I'm having a blast. So
All right.
yeah.
Awesome. Glad to have you back. So Nagranal in our chat says, does he have a channel?
For years I've heard people say you should go on your rants on a channel, but then I have a wife and she reels me right back in and says, if you do that, we're going to be homeless. So, it's on my radar. It's on the back burner. Maybe one day it'll happen. But my wife demands that I make money and not get us in trouble. So
True. Yo,
I'm a simp for one woman, so
that's the only way to simp. But we have Tom in the chat, the Rogue Attraction. Yo, what's going on, Tom? How's it going, man? How's it going? Hope you're doing well, Tom. Let's see. Johnny Lightfoot Ray says, hello, Dan. Yeah, hope you're doing. Yeah, but that's good though. That's good.
Johnny.
Good old pronouns gate. All right. So, there's a bunch of stuff that I do want to talk about this week. Well, a lot of stuff ever since then. So Dan,
yes,
you didn't watch The Marvels, huh?
No.
Are you going to watch it?
It wasn't made for me. I was told if I don't like their politics, then don't buy the book and don't see the movie. I'm just doing what I'm told, man.
Yeah. So
no, but seriously, I get much more entertainment and enjoyment watching people who've watched the show. And I'll actually spend more time than the running time of the movie listening to my favorites lose their minds over having to watch the show and waste their time. So I know what's going on. I know what's happened, and everything that's happened in the last week has been what we, the community, the fellowship, have been talking about for years. So.
Yeah, so the reason why I want to bring up the Marvels, and I'm pretty sure Grae, you already know, and we already predicted it last week. Mm-hmm. And the fact that Grae and we both saw the movie, and it was awful. So it was boring. Like we said, there wasn't really like woke shit in it or anything, but it's just awful. It's just very boring.
Yeah, it's just very bad.
Yeah, so the reason why I want to bring that up is because I want to talk about this article right over here. This comes to us from Screen Rant. The Marvels tracking for catastrophic second weekend box office drop. I heard it's like 80% drop or something.
87.
Holy crap, man.
Yeah.
That's a lot. That's a lot of money. That is a lot of money.
It's not only just MCU anymore. It's the worst comic book film ever. It's the worst drop ever for any comic book film.
Yeah. Man, that's
how bad it is.
All right, let's see. After suffering an extremely disappointing opening weekend, the MCU movie The Marvels is setting up for an absolutely catastrophic second week drop. So this is from Screen Rant. I'm not reading from like, stuff that's like usually hate, that doesn't approve and dislike, woke shit. I'm reading from Screen Rant. So even if they're saying it, then it's like, holy crap, you can't really, defend how terrible this is. The Marvels is experiencing a terrible box office drop in its second week, starring the characters Kamala Khan, Carol Danvers, and Monica Rambeau. The movie serves as a follow-up to Captain Marvel's Miss Marvel and WandaVision, while also trying to into other Marvel Cinematic Universe projects. The movie suffered a disappointing opening weekend, earning a mere $47 million against a budget of over $270 million. Yeah, it's not going to make any money, right? Here's the thing, though. Like, I'm not going to finish reading this. Is because we would have, them blaming men for not liking the movie, right? Right. So Dan, how do you feel about like them already blaming men? It's your fault. Your fault. The
Well,
movie
like I said,
didn't do
I was
well.
just doing what I was told. They told us it wasn't for us. Brie Larson said years ago she doesn't give a shit what a 40-year-old man says. Well, I'm only half white-ish, but I don't qualify. But here, let me spit some economic facts here. Traditionally, the market, as far as making purchasing decisions in the United States, has always been women. Something like 70 to 80% of all marketing decisions, that is spending money on things, is done by women. Last time I checked, this isn't China. Women actually outnumber us. So if people didn't show up to your movie that you marketed to women and not people like me, because I'm a big fat bigot, the question isn't why didn't the men show up? I'm still waiting to hear these guys ask, why didn't you show up, ladies? This was for you. Y'all showed up to Barbie, no problem. Why didn't you show up to this? But no, it's our fault somehow. So it makes me laugh every single time whenever they try to pander. They use the pander stone, and and it backfires. And then suddenly it's like it's the fault of the people they told to go pound sand.
Yep. So one of the crazy people out there, and of course, when we're saying crazy, who also have like Trump derangement syndrome. One of the main person that's saying that how men are pieces of shit is a Stephen King.
Yeah.
And it comes to us from this is the sideline over here to Cosmic Book News. Stephen King blames the Marvel's failure on men. Miss Marvel Iman Vellani says she is appreciative of the support. Of the page, straight out the clown world, legendary novelist Stephen King blames the Marvel's failure on men. So I'm going to go directly to his tweet. This is from Twitter right over here. It says, some of the rejection of the Marvels may be adolescent fanboy hate. Yuck girls. So, yeah. But the thing is, didn't he say some shit like, right? Yeah, down here, the umbrella guy, he grabbed the screenshot. I don't go to MCU movies. I don't care for them, but I find this barely mass gloating over the low box office for the Marvels very unpleasant. Why gloat over failure? Yeah. He doesn't really care about comic book shit anyways, but the thing is that he's just, parroting what the left and the woke want him to say. Right?
Yeah.
I don't know. How do you feel about this, Grae? How do you feel about Stephen King?
Yeah. What movies did this guy make again? I know he's a pretty big name, but
so he's a book writer, and he has he's terrible at finishing his books. Like not finishing, but like he's not George R.R. Martin, but he has terrible endings for a lot of his books. Like that's why so he did It and It Too and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So he's just a writer. He's a guy who made like he's a great writer. He has a lot of like old stuff that's really good, but a lot of his shit is just like pretty. I don't know. How do you feel about this stuff?
Yeah. Sounds to me like the way he wrote it is like he wants to get attention. That's all I'm getting. It's like he doesn't really mean what he says, or neither does he care about what's going on right now. He just, hey guys, notice me. I'm a popular writer, so I'm gonna say some edgy stuff to make myself sound cool. But at the end of the day, he doesn't really care. It's like he doesn't really care about what's going on with the Marvels or how Marvel is going down, because I know that's not his genre, as far as I can tell. That's not his genre in his books or in his films. So yeah, another high-profile public figure trying to get attention. That's all there is for me.
Yeah. So someone in chat says, is he blaming himself? Yeah, you probably didn't watch it, because Gary from Neurotic says, did you watch the Marvels? I don't think he did. What about you, Dan? How do you feel about what Stephen King is saying, stuff like that, and saying that it's all fanboy hate? It's all our fault, right? Yeah, like you said, it wasn't made for us. But like, what do you think about his?
When I was in high school, I would see like mass shooters or there'd be a child molester on the news, and they all seem to have the same face. So I came up with this idea of facial profiling. Like whenever you see a picture of one of these criminals, it's like you look at their face, like, oh yeah, obviously, like you didn't see this coming. Stephen King has one of those faces where he's an obviously male feminist, left-tard. Look at him.
Yeah, true and real.
Now, I guess today, like the edgy or internet thing is called physiognomy check. That's the new buzzword, which that's actually a real thing. But yeah, facial profiling. He's a male feminist, which means he's a predator, which means that he doesn't actually mean anything he says, doesn't actually believe in it. He just wants to appear and virtue signal as if he's on the side of woman. But as Gary from Nerdrotic just asked him, and he ghosted him on it, did you watch the movie? I don't think you watched the movie. I was really disappointed in Stephen King when he first got on Twitter, and I realized that one of my favorite authors growing up, turns out that he's not as smart as he writes, which it just proves the old adage, don't meet your heroes. But I have to say, and I hope you're going to bring it up, I'm actually a little bit more disappointed in Miss Marvel.
Yeah. It's how do you feel about that then?
Well, it's not just me. I've always thought that she was kind of like, as bad as the material was, as bad as like no one really liked Captain Marvel and Monica Rambeau, who cares? And no one really watched Miss Marvel either. But from everything I saw of her, she looked like she was really invested in the character, and she, even in the trailers, like she was the best part of the trailers just because she just was into it. She seemed like she really was trying.
Mhm.
And I'm not alone in this. I think a lot of even the critical channels that we all love have noticed that, she seems great for the role. It's just not our thing because we're 4-year-old men, but she seemed really likable. She seemed like if only they had better material for her, if only they had better writing, maybe someone like her could carry a movie. Maybe the Miss Marvel series should have been a movie, kind of like a Spy Kids type of thing. She seems really out and says, we need a better quality of fan. That was very disappointing to me. And I realized that maybe she's saying it because she's in the community and she has to say certain things. She has to align herself with the cult in order to, not get canceled. But it's still sad. It's still sad. Like, it would have been nice because she does seem genuine and she does actually seem to like the characters. So it would have been nice if she put like a Henry Cavill. So, I don't think it's the male fans. I'm actually disappointed in the ladies. Like, ladies, this is for you. And, they didn't, so it would have been nice if she was a little bit more base. So I'm actually very disappointed in the young lady.
She actually is somewhat more mature than we think, right? I believe she's 21 years old and stuff like that. So I'm going to go over here and share this right over here. This is from Culture Crave on Twitter X. Iman Vellani addresses the Marvel struggling at the box office. She, quote, I don't want to focus on something that's not even in my control because what's the point? That's for Bob Iger. The box office has nothing to do with me. I'm happy with the finished product and the people that I care about enjoyed the film.
Good enough.
Yeah.
That's actually really mature for like
her age.
Not blaming anyone. Oh, toxic men. Like the fact that that's actually really well stated. Like,
I wish she stopped there. If she had stopped there, like, hey, you know what? It's just like, look, if someone likes the movie, like, I'm not going to crap on them. I didn't see it, but I'm not going to rain on your parade. But if I notice that it's bad, I'm going to point and laugh at it. So, to each their own. Like, that's the whole thing about trying to just leave everyone alone and let them do their thing, is that I can point and laugh, but if you like it, you like it. It's like everyone can do their thing.
Yep. So, Grae, what do you think about her statement here?
Yeah, it's actually pretty good. Yeah, pretty surprising. I'll admit, I know I said this when the first trailers dropped. They did not put her in a good light. It's like they put all her high-pitched, screechy voice in the trailer. It's like, oh no, she's gonna get so annoying in the movie. But turns out in the movie she wasn't. It's very far off. Oops. Oh crap! I cut my camera. My bad.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
Okay. Yeah. She was they made her very annoying in the camera in the trailer for me. But in the final movie, she was one of actually the best parts, which unfortunately was not enough. And now that the box office results are here, she's taking it very, very well, given her age. Like, you would expect the default Hollywood template to be what do you call this? To be that, oh, it's all blah blah's fault. Oh, it's because of you're all misogynist, sexist, blah 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 blah. That we're also used to by now. But she's taking it really well.
Yeah.
And I saw Az's tweet earlier. It's like, give her another role in another project and she will go places.
Yeah.
Like, give her a non Disney role. Sign her up in another studio with a better written story, with a better character. She's gonna go to places. Yeah. And I agree with that. And given her statement on this, like, she's the kind of person she's rational and she's open to feedback. That's the most important, right? Because like you can have, everyone in life has their ups and downs. So whenever you're down, that's the point where you take feedback and try to look at yourself, see what you could do better, what went wrong. She's the kind of person who's open to that. Like she's 21, right? And like what Rachel Zebra's like what 24? And
Yeah, I
and
think so.
look at the stark difference of their attitude. Like
Yeah.
it's like Rachel Zebra's like 24 minus 20 in age. Right?
Maybe Gen Z is a little bit more based than like than we thought they were.
I've heard that
Yeah.
rumbling. I've heard that there's some kind of whisper that Gen Z is going the other way. I haven't seen very much proof for it, but there's
Yeah.
rumblings going on.
All right, let's go ahead. I'm going to read the last paragraph of this article. Let's see. Marvel has been attempting to reload, but the Marvels indicates that its effort have been tirelessly unsuccessful. There is still an opportunity for MCU to recover as it brings in the X-Men and Fantastic Four, which we're going to talk about Fantastic Four a little bit. Depending on how these projects develop, the MCU can find its stability again. Unfortunately, it may be too late for the Marvels to recover. Yeah, definitely way too late. Like, and the thing is that we already moved, not we, of course, but like they already moved Dune 2 to next year. Right. So this thing had no competition. Not really. It had no competition at all. So why did it fail? Right. It's because the woman didn't show up. Like I mentioned last week, like they didn't show up. Right. And I talked about it on my personal channel. Like I talked about, you have Twilight, you had Barbie, you had Magic Mike, you had fucking 50 Shades of Grey. Like all of that is made for women, and those movies made a lot of money, right? Like this movie didn't do. It's maybe people don't care. People just don't care. Maybe just I don't. Is there superhero fatigue? Maybe to normies, but just if the movie was well written, word of mouth will get it out. Word of mouth would have made this movie really, really good. But women didn't show up, and they're blaming men, of course. But that's pretty nutty. It's pretty nutty.
Yeah, and to think that I think there's even some competition with Friday Nights at Freddy's. I think it's eating up some of its market share, even though it's a stark difference in genre. And and the budget for that was like what, 20M?
Yeah, like $20 million.
Yeah. And it came out on streaming on the same day as the theaters. Yet it made a lot of money. It made a lot of money.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
Did any of you guys watch that movie?
I have not. I've heard great things about it. I didn't really play the game, so I'm not.
It's like I feel like I should play the games first before I watch it.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of games that are, if they make a Minecraft movie, I won't have the first clue about that either.
Mm-hmm.
There's a whole new generation that's coming up, and obviously that was for them. And from what I understand, it's great, and I might, we don't go to the movies anymore; it's too expensive. But we're definitely gonna watch it just because we heard such good buzz about it. $20 million, and what's it up to now? It's like
over 200 million, I believe.
Yeah, that's fantastic, and it's definitely something we're gonna check out. One thing I will say, and only because I'm married to a girl who she will tell me what she's into and what she's not, and she and a lot of people might sympathize with this. Girls seem to like scary movies, even though they might get scared of them. They are traditionally a good date movie. Better than rom-coms, because of course the girls like the rom-coms are like the horror movie for guys. Like I can't go to one without getting severe anxiety, because it's like you guys put yourself in this awful situation. But if the horror movie for guys is the rom-com, then the horror movie, guys love horror movies, and they're fun for us. But for girls, they really get scared, and people like getting scared. They like riding roller coasters. They like jumping out of planes with a parachute. So I think that there's more of a market for young girls who maybe even played the game, and if not, it's still a scary movie. So it's fun. It's fun to get scared.
Yeah, I think so. It's especially if it's like because if they get scared, they want to hug something, right?
That's why guys take them. That's right.
Yeah. Yes. All right, let's read some comments. Let's see. Matthew, I think Rives says yes. One woman simping is the best kind of simping. That's very true.
It's tried and true for sure. Yes.
Yes, let's see. Keely Chow says, "Hey everybody, yo, what's going on, Keely? Hope you're doing well." Calvitano says, "Good day, everyone." See, and then Max
Hey.
Dermott says, "I'm going to skip all the MCU."
You won't lose a thing. Nothing
Yeah.
of value will be lost.
You saved your time and energy.
Let's see. Calvitano says, "Has anyone asked Phil for his autograph yet? Because he looks similar to the Prince in the Marvels." You mean that Korean guy, the Korean K-pop dude?
I have to wait till it releases in South Korea first.
Yeah. Yes. You just go over there. Look, it's the Prince from the Marvels. See, like I'll gladly be the reason it failed. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, where is the 68% of the women?
Good
These
question.
things-
No one's
don't
bothered. No one has the balls to ask, and it's very conspicuous that they're not asking.
Yeah. You see, Johnny Life says Stephen King is the only one who cared about CNN Plus.
What's that? Subscription? It's a subscription?
Yeah. So,
It was.
Dan, you want to talk about it with CNN
Well,
Plus?
CNN wanted to make an app that you could access all CNN content all the time, and didn't it fail like in less than a month? It launched and then it just crashed into a cliff. It was hilarious, and everyone pointed and laughed. It was so funny.
Yeah, and the funny thing is this dabbles a little bit into politics, but since we're talking about CNN
Sorry,
Plus,
y'all. Sorry,
no,
chat.
no, you're good, you're good. But I'm the one who's bringing it up now.
Okay.
The reason why I'm bringing it up is because we had who's the one that was supposed to be running for governor of Arizona?
Cuomo. Arizona. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's Carrie Lake. Right?
Yeah. Yep.
Right. There was the person at CNN went up to her and was like, "Oh, can I interview? Can I talk about this?" He's like, "Yeah, I'll have an interview with you as long as it's on CNN Plus." And she walks away.
Oh,
It was so good because she was like, "What am I supposed to do? What?" Yeah, it was so funny. It was so funny. Let's see. Dave says, in my opinion, Iman Vellani is the only shining ray of joy in that entire movie. She comes off as so genuine and joyful for the chance to work for Marvel. Her interviews are great to read. Okay. Yeah,
they were.
good.
That's true. And it's just like we said, we liked her. It's just I wish that she didn't flirt with the whole it's the fans' fault mentality.
Yeah,
it's disappointing.
Yes, yeah. Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon Bonaparte. Sorry. Let's see. He wrote most of his books high on drugs while abusing. Is that true? Is that
high on
true?
drugs, I definitely will buy. Is that true that he was abusive to his wife? Maybe.
Yeah. That one needs to be proven.
But I don't know. He could be high on cocaine. Cocaine is one hell of a drug, right? Let's see. Johnny Ortiz says everyone should ask why he put a child gangland in the It book. I'm assuming that's book. Who?
Child gangland.
I didn't watch the second one, part 2.
Second one wasn't that great. The first one was better.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like I don't know. Like I don't know. People are also reading a lot into it. It's like, oh man, what's it called again? Bill Hader was supposed to be gay with one of the characters or something like that. I'm just like, what? Why does everything have to be gay? Why? Let's see. Phil, let's not give him too much credit just yet. Okay, I'll stop. I'll stop giving Disney too much credit. And the Contreras says, way too late. They ain't even gonna call it X-Men, right? Why bother? Yeah, I believe they're just gonna call it mutants.
Ugh.
Yeah, I believe it was Victoria Alonso. She said that, like, there's also, I think X-Men is way too outdated, and there's a lot of women in X-Men, and it seems very I think she said like bigoted or like misogynistic. Just
something along those lines.
X-Men.
Yeah. First villain will be the Blob. We'll see how they describe that one.
Oh shit! See, Johnny Life says Friday Nights at Freddy's. Laugh out loud. I believe it's Five Nights at Freddy's. I believe that's what.
Oh, did I say Friday night?
We're the boomers now.
Yeah, Grae just pulled a J. Speaking of J, bring up the blurred thing. Okay.
The what?
Blurred.
The what?
So okay. Blurred. So chat, bring it up. Remind me because I need to answer this. So blurred is, I'm going to go to the dictionary, and it's a slang. So I'm going to share it here. Blurred. It basically is a black nerd.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, so let's see. Where does blurred come from? A nerd, a word dating back in the 1950s, has a long stereotyped a socially awkward person who enjoys things like comic books, action figures, and Dungeons and Dragons. Basically, everyone enjoys that now because it's so popularized. As archetypes go, nerds were typically considered white male. And the idea of a black nerd, that nerdy things could be enjoyed by black people, that nerdiness wasn't just the domain of whiteness, was rare and popular popular culture. So basically Steve Urkel will be considered a blurred. Now, what do you guys think about about this this term?
Well, are there issues being raised about it now?
I don't know.
Or yeah, I've only heard of this now. It's been around since the 1950s, so it's coming back up again.
I've never heard that. Usually,
Yeah.
I have a few podcasts and YouTube channels that are black folks talking about black issues and things like that. And whenever they talk about like a black person who's into nerd stuff, like you said, that's white people things. And so they don't call them blurs. They just say they're acting white, which is always hilarious because it's like, wait, so they read a lot of books that makes them white, or they speak about that's only white people do that, do they? Is that? But it's not my community, so that's their rules. So, but yeah, I've never heard any one of them. Not Tommy Sotomayor, not any of them.
Okay, so I think I found the culprit to this was this right over here. Variety. Hashtag the Marvels filmmaker Nia DaCosta, a self-proclaimed blurred black nerd, ignored the toxic fandom haters and made the movie her teenage self would want to see.
I believe her.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah.
It's 100% the movie she wanted to see.
Yep.
See, it's not for us. It's not for us. It's for teenage girls. That's what this movie
is. For teenage blurs, apparently.
No. If we follow that statement, not even. It's for one person only. It's for Nia DaCosta.
Yeah.
It's not even for the teenage girls.
Now, so Jay asked us a question, and we can all answer because Dan, you're how many % Asian are you?
I'm half.
Okay, there it is. So you qualify. You qualify.
Half-breed.
Yeah, this percentage ratio, I will allow it. Now, what would a Chinese nerd be called?
I'm actually struggling to figure out, like, how can you tell if a Chinese kid is a nerd or not?
Because we're all nerds.
Right. It's like that's being redundant. That's like saying an ATM machine. How can you tell if an ATM is a machine? It's baked in. Comes standard.
What do you call a Chinese nerd? Chinese?
Yeah.
I don't know, but yeah, he actually asked me.
The bigger question is, what do you call
it? Oh shit, man! But yeah, a lot of people's like churd. I don't know.
Yeah, I was thinking too, churd.
I mean, as long as we're on that, as long as we're gonna let Nia DaCosta lead us all by the lip, well, it's blurred, so now insert your thing.
Yeah. Oh shit, that's actually really funny. All right, let's see. Let's go ahead and continue reading this. Let's see. Johnny Leifa says, "I'm Gen Z. Firsthand, a lot of them seem like leftists, unfortunately."
Yeah, not y'all's fault.
Yeah. Yo, Westward Smile said, "What's up, my guys? Yo, what's going on, dude?
What's up?
How's it going?" Let's see. Johnny says, "As a mild Minecraft fan, I have no idea what the movie would be about, unless if it's based on the Minecraft story mode games, which were delisted because Telltale went under." Now, I think that they might do something like, I don't know, Tetris. Right? It's about like the story of how they came up with Minecraft versus an actual Minecraft movie.
Oh,
That would be interesting. I would
Yeah,
watch.
Because Grae, you said you
Yeah.
watched Tetris, right? You said you liked it.
It's really good. It's like I believe it's still my top 5 list. Yeah, I really like it because like I don't think there's any other video game how the creation and the distribution of any video game can match the interesting backstory of that one. Like no video game is gonna have that backstory where it involved the KGB. There's just no way.
True. Yeah, see.
Yeah.
Yeah, Breezy's Comic and Collectible says, "What up, dudes? Yo, how's it going, man?" You see,
What up?
let's see. Andy Contreras says they needed Trump back in order to get more people watching. You're talking about CNN.
Yeah. The Trump pump is real, folks. Sorry, it's politics.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, my girl Carrie Lake, man. I like Carrie Lake. She's awesome. I like her. Let's see. Remember, it is canon that Friday Night Tights pulled more viewers than CNN Plus. There
I
it
wouldn't be
is.
surprised if Friday Night Tights pulls in more viewers than CNN. Period. Like
Yeah.
that show pops every week.
Let's see. Sean says, "Oh, the male kids run a train on the one female to protect themselves from Pennywise."
Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. You know.
Yeah, it is what it is, man. It is. It is what it is.
Or do you want to run train? Let's go.
Yeah.
Not hard.
See, Andy says, I think they're talking about the It book. Yeah, I never read it, but I heard the kids ran a train on the girl in the sewers.
Oh, come on. That can't be real.
I didn't read the book. I didn't read the It book. I heard it's really long.
It is. Yeah, it is really long. I never read it either just because I was intimidated. I was in 4th grade when I was reading Stephen King. That was a huge one. But I have to tell you, if that is true about the train, every kid in my class would have read it. So that's why I doubt it so much. Like we all were like, really? Like side boob was enough to get us to watch a movie. So
True.
You know, any kind of stuff like that in a book, if we're in 4th grade, like think of the South Park kids. That is absolutely accurate to how we act.
Yeah. What wasn't like was it Catcher in the Rye had like an F word, like one F word, and everyone started reading it. And then it's like, oh, this is one of those banned books you can't read because you know it was the guy who read it that killed John Lennon. Like you can't. It's like, so yeah. If it had that train thing, yeah, people would have actually read it. Let's see. Lizzo as the Blob, I will allow it. I'm okay with that. What do you guys think?
I mean, she would fit the part.
Yeah, she fits the role.
But
no
then
adjustment required.
Villain,
yeah, they're like, yeah, can you lose weight? You're a little bit too big.
Yeah, there's suspension of disbelief, and then it's just straight up fantasy. We need you to drop about 200.
Yeah. Let's see. Matthew says, okay, I totally believe in marriage and should never be broken. However, if Carrie Lake ever becomes a sugar mama, I am there.
Okay.
Yeah, you like what you like, you know. I'm not gonna, you know, kink shame you for that. But yeah, I think Carrie Lake is very based, you know. But like now, here's the thing though, she seems like a dominatrix. So
I was gonna say, we already found out what happened. Sorry, chat, politics again, but that was that one conservative lady who got busted in a theater given a hand job. These girls are repressed, and it's like,
oh yeah, what's it called, Lauren Boebert.
Yeah, and she's not Republican either. So it's like, okay, so they're all proper with their values and stuff in public, but in private, they're wild. They're wild.
Yeah. You know, conservative in the streets, you know, freak in the sheets, right?
Yeah. And we all know conservative women are hotter anyway. So
true.
If you're gonna have someone whip you and tie you up and stuff, well, get yourself one of them. They'll mean it more.
Let's see. Lacrity says there is a comic book fan channel named the Blurred Without Fear. He has good content. Okay.
Oh,
we'll check it out.
Interesting.
Let's see. Booming Bob says, but she wasn't even a teen when Kamala came out. What? Yeah, I'm really behind on these comments, but I'm gonna read a couple more. I'm really behind. I don't even know what you guys are talking about anymore. Oh shit! Sorry, chat. Let's see. Terry Crews as Professor X. I like Terry Crews though. I do like him. Let's see. Lauren Boebert. She's super based, right? She's super based. I like her. Let's see. Denny Tate says, at least with some conservative women, you know that they're women.
That's a big plus.
That's very, very true. That's super accurate.
You know.
Let's see. Let's go and read one more comment. Let's see if that one. There it is. Sean says Nia DaCosta said Miss Marvel Kamala Khan was released when she was a teenager. She was actually 25. Yeah. Kamala Khan released like within the past 10 years.
Several times.
Yeah. And now she's an official mutant. So yeah, she's going to be part of the X-Men, which is bullshit. Yeah.
They're trying. They're trying to put her somewhere. I was very excited for the Avengers game when it came out, and then it was like, oh, she's a star. I'm like, why?
Yeah.
So they keep on trying to shoehorn her in, and it's like, stop trying to make Miss Marvel happen. It's not going to happen unless you make her like the old school Miss Marvel, like the old original X-Men TV show, where you show Rogue sucking all her power out and becoming Superwoman. Yes, that would be awesome.
Yeah, she's supposed to be an Inhuman. Yeah, true. She's supposed to be an Inhuman, but they try and change her up. Now you get a female. The first female mutant character is Miss Marvel, which is sort of stupid. But let's talk about things that are really stupid. Did you guys hear that they are eyeing? It's not 100. I think it's not 100% official, but they are eyeing, and they finally got down to a person that they want to play as Reed Richards, Mr. Fantastic.
Yes, I heard about this.
Yeah. So, what do you think, Grae? The fact that we have Pedro Pascal as I to be Reed Richards.
Yeah, as you said in your streams, like he's freaking everywhere now. I was like, couldn't you have gotten someone else who's more suitable for the role? And maybe Adam was demanding too much for the role. I get the feeling that's what happened. The guy who played Kylo Ren.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't think he's I hardly know anything about Fantastic Four. But I don't based on what I've saw with Reed Richards, I don't think Pedro Pascal is the right person. It is just that he has the right politics for Disney.
Yes.
That's all I see it.
The correct politics, definitely. And here's the thing. I'm not saying I think he's an okay actor. I don't think he's like top tier. I don't think he's great or anything. Like I liked him as Oberyn Martell. I think he, as Joel, I think he was fine.
Yeah.
And I thought he was decent. Maybe slightly above decent as the Mandalorian. But yeah, he's fucking everywhere now. He's fucking everywhere. I don't know. Maybe because SNL, he was on SNL. He was doing that Mario Kart thing. I don't know.
There are I read sometime earlier this week that he's veering off from the Mandalorian. Maybe that's why. It's like, okay, let's just move you to Marvel stuff. Then we get a Bo-Katan is the new Mandalorian for season 4. I don't know. Maybe that's what they're going for. Low key, they're low key going for that. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it happens.
Yeah, he was pretty good at Narcos. Okay, I've never seen Narcos. I heard it's really good though. I've never.
Yeah. It's for me. He's best. He's still best with Oberyn. That's where he stood out the most. Then probably Narcos is next. Last of Us is okay. And yeah, I got a lot of flack for one of the episodes because I really didn't like how they did Joel that one. So, yeah, he's all right. Yeah.
What about you, Dan? How do you feel about this?
Well, the other rumor I heard about the new Fantastic Four is that they're going to put a chick in it and make her gay and lame. I don't know if she's going to be gay, but it's supposed to be about Sue Storm. It's going to be a Hero story again.
Yeah, so she's going to be the leader of the Fantastic Four, I believe. Right. That's the new story.
And so it's already, I guess maybe this is his thing. He will be cast as someone who's supposed to be the hero, but then it turns out, no, he's going to step aside and let the strong woman take over for him. And he seems to be okay with that because of his politics. Okay.
Yeah, he already did that in Mandalorian. Like blatantly, he's literally in the side of the screen while Bo-Katan is in the middle when she was holding the Darksaber.
Yeah,
he's most likely gonna get his head smashed in.
They really don't like Mr. Fantastic. Like, didn't they kill him in what was it? Doctor Strange Mom.
Yeah.
Turn him into spaghetti.
Yeah. And I thought that guy, I don't remember his name. He's from The Office.
John Krasinski. Yeah.
He would be a good. He would. I mean, they got it. They got the Reed Richards. There he is. You had him. You
Yeah.
know, but you had to turn him to spaghetti. So
Yeah, let's see. See, the fact that even Forbes says Pedro Pascal as the MCU's Reed Richards feels like the wrong pick. And I
why,
agree.
Corpse? Why? Tell us
Yeah,
specifically why.
why? Why? Is because okay, I don't know what his ethnicity is. He like a Spaniard?
He looks like a Spaniard. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Let's see. Across entertainment sites late yesterday, word spread that Pedro Pascal was reportedly about to sign a contract to play Reed Richards in the Marvel's Fantastic Four film. Pascal is not a name that's really come up in years or so of rumors. First, it was John Krasinski, then Penn, is it Badgley, and Adam Driver. Then recently, Jake Gyllenhaal reported to have been too expensive. So now we have Pedro Pascal, who may indeed be the final pick. I'm pretty sure he's the new Nicolas Cage. And of course, I'm not bad mouthing Nicolas Cage. Nicolas Cage is great. But like, he's like, I'll do it. $5, yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it. Right? And the fact that he's going to be a part of Disney for a long time, right? He's already all we need him. He's going to be the new Indiana Jones. I don't know, man. I don't know. Well, let's continue. I don't love it. Don't get me wrong. I do love Pedro Pascal, but at this point, it feels like he's a bit overexposed. This was exactly how I feel. I think he's everywhere now, right? Like, yeah. Let's see, and maybe that's he's getting picked just because of how much he's been surfing around high-profile projects. He's been the star of the most popular Disney Plus series, The Mandalorian, and he's also the star of the HBO's most popular series, The Last of Us. Now he may be the star of the MCU's most anticipated upcoming film. Yeah. Of course, to be sidelined by a female, right? And I don't know. Let's see.
Yeah, he feels kind of like a Rachel Ziegler and a Phoebe Waller-Bridge, except many of his stuff succeeded, unlike the other two. That's what it feels like to me. Like, feels like a BlackRock funded personality. That's how I probably describe it.
It's only one checkbox, guys. He's not. Well, I wouldn't say he's non-white because the chat just corrected us. He's Chilean.
Chilean. Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
but you know what? There's thing is, Spanish blood is from Europe. That's European blood, folks. That means white people. So
True.
yeah. So so all throughout Latin America, wherever there's Spanish people, there's people who look more and more Spanish than they do Native American. And so I don't know if you could call him as non-white. He's not exactly he's Latino, sure, but there's a lot of white Latinos. So that's the thing. It's only one checkbox. He's not American, and that's it.
Yeah. Let's see. Like right here, Marcus Pitts says Mr. Fantastic represents everything Holly woke hates about men. Yeah. Like he's very beta in my opinion. Right. He plays masculine characters. Don't get me wrong. He plays masculine characters, but he plays in real life. He's like a beta guy. I remember one time he goes like on a red carpet. He looks like he's wearing some kind of pantsuit that I don't know, like Celine Dion would wear. And then people in Hollywood, like Hollywood Reporter or some kind of like TMZ's like, oh, why can't men dress like him? It's like, bitch, no one wants to dress like a piece of shit, man. It's like why? It's like, and that's the reason why I think like we're getting a lot of these beta, like low testosterone men playing these characters that's supposed to be very masculine. And that's why when Kevin Sorbo said, why is Hollywood people like, loving Charlemagne, like Timothy Charlemagne, right? Like why is Hollywood like not liking masculine men anymore? Right? Because I think they just want everything to be gay. I don't know.
Well, I mean, if you spend like 40 or 50 years describing all masculinity as toxic, well, if this is toxic, then you got to go for the healthy, wholesome stuff, which is the opposite of toxic. So if masculinity is toxic, what is the opposite of that? That's the healthy and wholesome stuff. Well, feminine. Now, women used to be a lot more feminine than they are now. They seem to have embraced the masculine part, but they can't exactly tolerate boys growing up to be masculine. We need them to be feminized. And Hollywood has, Eddie Murphy talked about this. Martin Lawrence talked about this. Hollywood has had this long history of just putting masculine men in dresses. They just want to bitch men up. And it's, again, they've been at it for a long, long time. I think we're just coming to a big head right now.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Go ahead and continue this. It feels too safe. And again, Pascal is great, both as the actor and human. I'm not sure about the last part. It seems, but there is something about this that just doesn't feel right, given how much we've seen him, and that really, I don't think he's a fit that part that well. See, there's a rumor that there's a version of the Fantastic Four will exist in a world where Reed and Sue already have kids. And there are jokes that Pascal will have to escort a special child somewhere in the film, as he's done in The Last of Us 2 and Mando. Yeah. Like for me, like we've seen, yeah, he's everywhere. But here's the thing, though. Do you know who's also everywhere? Chris Pratt is sort of everywhere as well. But I think a lot of the fans like him. Right? It's just people in Hollywood and these crazy left people don't like him, is because he's religious, and he's married to Arnold Schwarzenegger's daughter, right?
Yeah,
Is it
Chris
really?
Pratt
That's a-
feels more like merit, not because of politics, compared to Pedro Pascal, in my opinion.
Chris Pratt's interesting because, I mean, he's not outspoken about his politics or his religious beliefs. I mean, he might every once in a while like put a tweet up, but I remember when what was it? He didn't show up to some promo, and the internet, like Twitter, started attacking him because he's a right wing and religious. And like his fellow Avengers cast, which are all wokies, including Pedro Pascal, actually came out publicly to defend him, saying, "No, he's the nicest guy. We just don't talk about that stuff with him." But so he's in a weird spot where his politics aren't correct, but everyone likes him. He seems like a likable guy, and so they can't really make a big noise about liking him and supporting him because he's wrong. He's a heretic. He's a blasphemer, but he's quiet about it. And as long as he just, as long as people like to work with him, then they'll just be quiet and work with him, and he'll keep getting work.
Which is good, and that's how it should be, right?
That's how it should be for everyone. It's just. I wish they weren't so hyper focused on it. It's like, you don't even have to like the people you work with, as long as you guys can work together. That's what you can do. But apparently you all have to be morally correct. You all have to be part of the orthodoxy, or else you're a heretic and a blasphemer, and we must shun you and socially burn you at the stake. Wait,
is this okay? I'm sideline. Is this true? Wait, okay, I did see it. Chris Pratt's voice Garfield, and Mario sounds exactly. Wait, he's playing Garfield's voice? I didn't even watch the trailer yet. That is hilarious.
Oh,
that is actually hilarious. That makes me want to watch it now. It's because I like Chris Pratt.
Yeah,
to be honest, I liked him. I liked his character. He was in Wanted, where James McAvoy destroyed him with the keyboard. Like, I already liked him then, being an asshole. But like, yeah, that's actually pretty cool. Voice of Mario and Garfield. Just put him everywhere. I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. But I do want to briefly just watch this video. This has to do. We're gonna go roll back a little bit to the Marvels, a little bit, and but it's funny. It's good funny. I'm not sure people in the chat has already seen it, but I saw it earlier today and I reposted it. And basically, it's from it's on Twitch. Not Twitch. Twitter. Sorry, Twitter X. And this is from Ryan Long.
All right,
Ryan Long. Ryan Long's based. I love him. He's fantastic. And Grae, do you know who Ryan Long is?
I might have seen some of his tweets, but not really.
And of course, Dan, you know who he is, right?
Yeah, his the woke and the Nazi being best friends all of a sudden. That was the first and one of his best skits he ever did on YouTube.
Yeah. All right. So we're gonna watch this really quick. This is from Ryan Long. It says the Marvels is a must watch.
Ooh.
Okay,
there we go.
Recommendation: The Marvels by Disney.
Yep.
Now, this film is just what the doctor ordered. Brilliant film from the all-female cast and the all-female writing team, kicking ass for 2 hours straight.
Can't believe you were without me.
Well, I didn't see it yet, but it is on the to-do list, and I don't need to see it to know that this is what the action movie genre was missing. Just a paradigm-shifting, complete departure from the toxic preferences of the Avengers fan base.
It's a cinematic home run.
Bingo.
And when I saw negative reviews from trolls commenting on the massive budget and the low box office numbers, I said, you can add a couple more to the revenue column because I'm I'm coming to see it twice.
I'm sure you loved it twice.
I haven't gone yet, but once I do, I will most likely go a second time because from the pictures and articles, I can already tell this will be rewatchable.
I believe Stephen King said it best. The people gloating about this film's downfall are unpleasant. He then went on to mention hasn't seen it either, but most likely will in future, if not in theaters, the moment it gets to streaming platforms.
My friend's a reviewer for Salon.com. He's on the horn right now with a glowing
Best
review.
thing Disney's done, hands down. Haven't seen it yet, but I already know it's
Oh, the anticipation is killing me. Maybe we could go this week.
This week does not work. I got kickball finals. And to be honest, I don't know if men should even be taking up the precious theater space for this blockbuster.
Great point. You know, it's time for men to step back and allow women to enjoy the film in peace for the first few months.
Yes.
Without having to worry about which man is about to ruin her experience.
After every woman's thoroughly enjoyed herself, then and only then will I come in for my highly anticipated helping of the film.
As of now, the hordes of women have yet to turn up, but are most likely on their way as we speak.
Recommendation.
Fantastic.
Oh shit! What do you guys think about that, man? And of course, as people who don't know, this is hardcore satire. But what do you guys think? Well, let's start with Dan. What do you think about this?
Well, it reminds me of there's a YouTube channel called Grizzy, which the chat might have heard of, but I found that guy through FNT, and he basically just roasts all the shills, all the promo men, the yes men, the access, like you, not even access media, the access YouTubers. How pathetic is that? And that's basically what they do. They put this stuff over, and you can tell very clearly they haven't watched it. And this skit right here is just hits it. It's barely even satire. It's more like a reenactment.
Yeah.
What about you, Grae? What do you think about this?
It's very, I really liked it. It's very on the nose. Like, that's what's been going on for like the longest time. It's like, oh, this movie's really, really good, but you don't need to say that you are really good for it to do well. Like, it's like it's like, oh, I'm the smartest person alive. You don't say that yourself, man. You let people say that to you if it's really true. You don't self-proclaim that you are this, you are that. You just do what you do. You just be better, be good at what you do. Then the world will reciprocate that. Oh, this person's actually really nice. Oh, this person's actually really talented. You don't self-proclaim like what Disney, Marvel, and all the other shill media companies have been doing. And yeah, it's like, it's also kind of, I feel it reminds me, it's a jab also to all those critics like GameSpot and IGN giving this like an 8 out of 10. It's like that is ridiculous, man. That is insane levels of wanting to maintain access with Disney. I want to know what's your 1 out of 10 IGN. I want to know what's your 1 out of 10 GameSpot. If that's an 8 out of 10 for you, it's ridiculous.
So, piggybacking off of what Grae said, remember what Tywin Lannister said to snot kid fucking Joffrey?
Yeah.
Right? Like, no, like, yeah, go ahead, Dan.
Any man who says I am the king is no real king. There
it is. Right? It's that's basically what Grae is saying. And it's right on a nose. It's like, oh, this movie's the best ever. It's basically you're basically like telling people it's like, oh, my shit's the best ever. You should go watch it. It's like, no, you should let other people say that for you. Right? If it's that good, your own asset or whatever you're creating should be able to stand on its own, merits and stuff. But yeah, see right here, Johnny Lightfoot says, "Hail Grizzy." Yeah, I love that guy. Grizzy is great. Yeah, I hope Grizzy got his monetization back.
On YouTube, and you might get if you in the chat, if you haven't found Grizzy yet, be careful because there's actually 2 Grizzies. One of them seems like a nice channel, but it's not the same channel we're talking about. He just does a lot of reaction videos. But the one we're talking about is where he actually does like great breakdowns and compilations and throws a bunch of editing over it, and you just got to check it out. You guys remember when Rings of Power was hasn't come out yet, but they were promoting it and they got the super fans together. Right? And these super fans were putting it over like, oh my God, I was so represented and my disability and my mental illness was there. And these same super fans, after the show came out, they all have YouTube channels. They all have a lot of followers. Not one of them reviewed this wonderful thing that they're a super fan of.
Yeah, I can't wait for my Galadriel.
My girl Galadriel
flapping.
Yeah. Then like a few weeks later, right? Hey, so what do you think of Rings of Power? Oh, I haven't watched it yet. I'm
I
watching
haven't
House of the Dragon. I'm watching House of the Dragon.
Did I tell you guys about? I actually went through this in real life. There was a 19-year-old intern who we were at Warner Brothers, and at the time I was trying to. I was a big fan of Doctor Who for a long time, and I was trying to explain it to someone who hadn't seen it yet. And this intern walks in, and she's as woke can get, and she's like, "Oh, you mean that 50-year-old show with a white guy in it?" I'm like, that doesn't narrow it down, right? And then she's like, I said, well, yes, but I hear that, and this was before Jodie Whittaker came out, but they already announced her. And I said, well, the next season of Doctor Who is going to be a woman. She's like, yeah, it's about time. I was like, and you're going to watch it, right? She goes, I've never actually seen a single episode. And so I looked her right in the face. I said, well, here's the problem now. When that show comes out and it's a woman, you have to watch it. Well, I might. No. You have to. And you have to like it.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't feel too good, does it? And she goes, I gotta go. And but that was literally years ago, and it's only gotten worse. And she is probably running a show now. She's probably in charge of something at Warner Brothers. And I probably just made sure I never worked there again.
Like I had that exact same thing when the place I worked on. That I don't think that girl works with us anymore. But so the Harley Quinn fantabulous bullshit, like period blood movie, whatever it's called, and she basically said, "Oh my god, I just watched that movie last night, like opening day. It's so good. It's so good. You guys have to go watch it. You guys have to go support it. We got to make sure it does really well." And then me and my friend, who's extremely woke, we looked at her. It's like, what's good about the movie? It's all female. It's very cool. They're very strong females. It's actually really good. And my woke friend says, yeah, that's not going to drive me to go watch the movie though. Like, what is it about? It's like, it's about Harley Quinn and her being badass. And then I'm like, yeah, I'll think about it. No, but you have to watch the movie. You have to. Just like, why? Why are you coercing me? Trying to get me to go spend my money to go watch this movie that I had no interest in watching. It's like, who gives a fuck? But like, but yeah, it's just like, me, trying to like, hey, you got to go watch it because it's, it's this or that. Like, yeah, consume product, right? Basically, yeah. No, thank you, Nagy, for dropping the link to Gruzy. Thank you.
And I think it's inevitable. It's like whatever project you are working on in your whatever it is in your work, like you're gonna have that echo chamber bias that you think it's gonna be good. I think it's which I can't really blame them, but at the same time, reality check. It's like if your product really doesn't resonate with the majority and you're trying to preach on people, it's a time-tested model that it's not gonna work out.
Yeah, I don't think so.
All right, I'm certainly not going to shame people into it. Like, if I want to talk someone into watching Doctor Who, I try to put it over. Like, oh, it's I'll tell them what's good about it and why they should check it out. I don't say, well, if you don't watch it, you're a piece of shit. It's like you're a devil if you don't watch this because it's super socially important for your morals. It's like, no, that's not going to get anyone to go see it.
Yeah. So, would you consider Pedro Pascal like being not Captain Marvel, Mr. Fantastic? He's obviously considered a race swap, right?
Oh yeah, it's a race swap. Like again, he's not. I don't know. He's Latino. He's like off-white, but you got to remember that in America, this whole woke ideology stuff, which is an American export, it's one of our biggest exports. You have to remember that when they say white, they don't really mean just white. They mean American. They're actually anti the fundamentals of America. So it doesn't matter. And if you ask them to actually delineate what that means, they don't know because they're just repeating what they're told. But as long as it's not white American, that's all they care about. And and so he qualifies, even though it's like I look at him, it's like, I don't know, you look kind of Spanish to me. I thought it was Spanish. He's Chilean, fine. I don't know if you've seen Argentinians, they're red-haired. So it's like, but he's not from the US. He doesn't ascribe to US values or what I would say English liberal values. So that makes him proper. And anything outside of that is, well, it's not outside of it. It's actually, that's the native culture of the country and of the West. But that's what they despise. And so anytime they can subvert that, anytime they can go against it, that's what they really mean by inclusion and diversity. They don't really mean people from different walks of life. They mean outside of the Western paradigm, which is English liberalism.
So Grae, do you like race swaps if they work and if they did it well? Sort of like, well, not most recent Nick Fury, but when they first introduced Nick Fury, with Samuel L. Jackson playing him, like that was considered a good race swap in my opinion. Do you agree that race swaps can be done correctly, like Heimdall with Idris Elba?
Yeah, I agree. It's like as long as the race swap the actor or actress has merit, I think it's fine. If it's for the sake of preaching for identity politics, like the biggest examples, the Little Mermaid, it's like it's not gonna work. You're gonna get a lot of backlash. You're gonna get a lot of you're gonna lose money for sure because like it doesn't resonate with people. Oh, it's just another show that's gonna preach on me that I'm inferior compared to them.
Mhm.
And yeah, that's what happened with Little Mermaid. That's what's happening with Snow White, which they're still pushing for.
Mhm.
And yeah, that's pretty much what I have to say. It's as long as it's with merit. It's like we've talked this again and again. It's like you do not use your gender, your sex as the main theme of whatever it is you're trying to push. It has to have more substance and backbone than that. It's like it has to be for the writing, for the better portrayal of the character, for the better overall telling of the story you're trying to tell. That's all there is to it when it comes to if you're gonna take that risk of making that kind of change for a character.
Yeah. Now, the reason why I brought that up, we got another race swap. So this comes to us from Bounding in the Comics. Robert Kirkman claims Marvel Studios will race swap Sentry with actor Steven Yeun. So for folks who don't know who Sentry is, he's basically Marvel's version of Superman.
Wait, I thought Captain Marvel was Marvel's version of Superman.
No, not anymore. Not anymore. Right. And it's funny is because like Sentry's mostly yellow. So, hey, you just cast a yellow guy in it. That's fine. Right. We don't need more yellow in his costume. We'll just make him blue because he's blue and yellow and invincible because he voices invincible. Right. And look, I have nothing against Steven Yeun. I think he's great as Glenn. I think he plays his voice is pretty good as Invincible. And I believe they sidelined his character in whatever Don't Look Up or whatever, Nope, whatever that bullshit movie was. But the thing is that people are going to ask, well, don't you want more Asian representation? I'm like, bitch, no. I don't want Steven Yeun to play Sentry. I want the person who's playing Sentry to look like Sentry. I don't care about him. And the thing is that Sentry is supposed to be, if he's supposed to be like 6'4", 240 pounds of worth of muscles and stuff like that, I think that you could have probably casted Henry Cavill as Sentry and people would have liked it better. Why would you cast this guy? I don't know how tall he is, but the thing is that like he's not a good fit for that character. I don't know. What would you guys think? Am I being racist to my own kind here? I don't know. What do you guys think? What about you, Dan? How do you feel?
Yeah, I keep thinking of that Lego when Lego did that 10-year study about how boys and girls play. It just explains so much. We never had to see, we as in fans, as in boys, because boys were the ones who liked comic books and superheroes and He-Man and all that stuff. Boys are the majority fans. Now there was always a minority of girls, but boys are the fans. And so I bring that up because we never needed them to look like us. We all loved Batman. We all loved Spider-Man. We all loved Luke Skywalker. We loved Han Solo and Indiana Jones. None of them looked like me. And even now, my nephew, who was, he's 10 now, but at the time when he was 4, his favorite superheroes were Black Panther and Maui. He's blonde hair, blue-eyed Greek. He doesn't look like anything like him, but he'd run around wearing their stuff. Boys never need the stuff to look like them. But according to the Lego study, girls do. Boys pretend to be the character. Girls generally tend to make the character themselves. They have to see themselves in it. And once you understand the psychological implications of that, which is, again, we're talking about little children before society had a chance to do anything. It's all inbuilt. It's all innate. It's in our DNA. It makes everything here make sense. We're talking about the feminization. The people who are running Hollywood are coming from the idea that we have to see ourselves in the character in order to like the character. That's never been the case. And so, yeah, it's not that Steven Yeun's bad, and I don't blame him for taking the part. But it's just more of the same crap. It's some of us have had an ass full of this stuff, and every time they do it now, it might even be great. He might be great for the part, but we're not going to give it a chance because we're just going to roll our eyes. Oh, you're using the Pander Stone again. Oh, another race swap, another gender swap. This is wonderful. So, yeah, it's over. It's over for them.
How do you feel about this, Grae? Do you feel represented now?
Yeah, like what Dan said, I don't give a crap. It's like I've played so many video games, watched so many movies, read a lot manga, comics, whatever form of entertainment. And I don't even remember. Is there a Filipino Chinese in any of them? No, not even one. So, but that doesn't mean that I don't resonate with these characters or I don't like these characters. So yeah, I don't know Steven Yeun if he's very I don't know. Is he good? Is he good in the shows he has played?
In The Walking Dead, he was pretty good. I liked him. I liked him as Glenn, and I liked him when he was the voice of Invincible. You know, that the animated show. But that's about it. Like for him, like he's like I haven't seen him in anything else.
Yeah, maybe he can prove us wrong. Maybe he can play a good Sentry. But yeah, this is with reservations, of course. But even then, this is as of now, this is not a good look. It's like, yeah, again, this is them touching the Pander Stone they're still going down this path of representation, diversity. That's all that's important. We're gonna go down this path and keep bleeding money because like the financial institutions will give us more anyway. So let's just keep doing it again and again.
It's clear that that's who their customers are. Like when you understand the WEF and ESG, and this isn't quite political, but it sort of is. But the fact is they're pandering not to the customer. Their customer is the investors at the WEF. The ESG score is to get investor money. They seem to treat that as if it's real money. It's not. It's basically borrowed money. You know, it's no more money than credit is money. You have to eventually pay it back. You have to make a profit. They assume they're going to, but they're pandering not to us. They're pandering to ESG. And that's why they keep doing stuff like this. And bringing it back to the question before, like, oh, what about when Nick Fury turned out to be Samuel Jackson? And yeah, the reason that works is because he was, at the time, he was Samuel Jackson. Like Samuel Jackson, that's who people went to see. We don't have stars like that anymore, except for maybe Henry Cavill, Chris Pratt. But like people would go to see a movie. It didn't matter if like Idris Elba is another one. You can race swap the gunslinger from Dark Tower, or I just saw the new Suicide Squad. It was actually a lot of fun. Him as Bloodsport.
Yep.
It's because it's Idris Elba. It's not because he's just a black guy. Oh, they have a black guy in it. No. It's Idris Elba. It's Denzel. And I'm sure you're going to bring up Denzel Washington soon. If it's Morgan Freeman as, God, for example, you're going to go see it because of Morgan Freeman. They have their own gravity. They have their own star. So, and Samuel Jackson at the time when he was Nick Fury, he had just recently been Shaft, like in the remake of Shaft, and he was a total badass. He's a badass motherfucker as Shaft. And then he shows up as Nick Fury and he's Shaft with an eye patch. It's the same guy, That's why people thought it worked, because Samuel Jackson was badass. And so Nick Fury's badass because Samuel Jackson's playing him.
Yep. Yeah, right. We don't have, like you said, we don't have people that have star power like that anymore, right? It's like, oh yeah, but is that good? Is that good? Well, but this person's in it. And you're like, oh, sort of like when Robert Downey Jr. was like everywhere, when like everyone loved him as Tony Stark. He was Kirk Lazarus in Tropic Thunder, and he was also in what's it called? He played Sherlock Holmes, right? I think he was everywhere, but people liked him because they liked Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah, I remember when Iron Man came out, and when Iron Man came out, no one really gave a shit about Iron Man. I knew about Iron Man, but he was always kind of a B player. He was never really the main guy. And when they saw the preview and it was Robert Downey Jr. was the draw. Like
Mhm.
I thought it was actually wrong for Tony Stark because Tony Stark's supposed to be like a tall, Robert Downey Jr. is short. You know, he did put on muscle, which is nice, but he knocked it out of the park. And Robert Downey Jr., as much as Jon Favreau, made Iron Man kind of like the unofficial leader and center and linchpin of the Avengers, which he never was. The character
Yeah.
never was that before. So it was him. Stephen Yeun, again, he was great as Glenn because he looks like Glenn. The character of Glenn is this plucky, you know, he's not this He-Man, he's not this Chad, he's not this Warriors cast. He's more of a stealth character, he's more of a rogue, you know, but he's plucky, he's stealthy, he's witty. That's what he looks like. He looks like that character. He does not look like this character that I'm looking at the screen.
Yep.
And I don't care if he puts on muscle, he's not going to grow to 6'3". He's not going to all of a sudden have Henry Cavill shoulders or even Chris Hemsworth shoulders. Like, he just doesn't come across that way. And we already saw what happened when they put John Cho as the lead. And I thought John Cho actually did a great job as Spike as best as he could do it. But
Yep.
he was limited by the fact he's John Cho. You know what I mean? It's like John Cho put in the work. You can see he was ripped. He did all the martial arts training. I respected the fact that he actually took it seriously. But he's not Spike. He's too old. He's too small. He just doesn't come across that way. So it's like you're trying to shoehorn these people in to characters that just don't fit them.
Yeah,
true. With them, it's just it's the wrong character, you know.
Yeah, but it's they're not going to stop, man. They're gonna continue doing it. Look, and it's funny is because like, I don't speak for all Asian people, but the thing is, it's just like, you know, we like representation when it works, and we like representation when it's creatively done. It's like, okay, we have isn't there like a Filipino like DC like hero that they released several years ago? The name's like Splash or Wave or some shit like that. It's like a new like Aquaman character that's like part of his like universe. Like, bring that in, right? Don't replace Aquaman with like a Chinese guy or a black guy. It's that's insulting, right? We don't like Rippaverse, you know, like Eric July's like, we don't want your fucking sloppy seconds.
Sloppy seconds. Yeah, the characters only are valid if they were white, which that sounds kind of racist to me.
Yeah. So here it is. Robert Kirkman, the creator of The Walking Dead and Invincible, recently claimed that actor Stephen Yeun will play Sentry in an upcoming Marvel Studios film. So I'm assuming the Thunderbolts, and he's supposed to be playing like a super badass anti-hero kind of thing, right? So yeah, look like for me, I think Sentry is pretty cool looking, like in my opinion, right? Let's see. While responding to a question from the viewer on a live stream with artist David Finch about the Sentry, Kirkman stated, "My good friend Stephen Yeun is playing Sentry in a movie." He elaborated. He called me. He went for a costume fitting, and I don't think this is a spoiler or anything, but that'll get anybody in trouble. I don't know. Maybe we'll see. I don't care. I don't work for Marvel. What they're gonna do to me? He called me. He said, "I just came back from a costume fitting for Sentry. I guess I only do superheroes that are yellow and blue." No, you only do superheroes that are yellow because of your skin. And that's just quote me on that. You say self racism. Someone said in the chat, but yeah. This is such a big miscast, right? So one of the bigger ones, in my opinion, like he does, like if he was like 6'3", 250 pounds, like, or maybe he's just tall. He's at least maybe 6'1" or something like that, right? Maybe, but still, like, why don't he just play like you know, like Shin Kui or something like that, like what's it called? It's like Shang-Chi's like arch nemesis or some shit. I don't know. Like you could have him played a bunch of other characters. Have him be like a sidekick to like fucking Shang-Chi or something. But no, they're gonna make basically this version of Superman, because someone said in the chat there's 3 different versions of Superman in Marvel. So yeah, this is the Panderstone is being used again.
I think as recently, you know, what's funny is we keep saying woke, and the wokies will sometimes say, well, you guys call it woke just because it's diverse and inclusive. As actually defined it really well, I think just recently. I can't remember what show he was on, but I thought it made perfect sense. Like, it's not about having a woman or a gay person or whatever. It's not about being diverse or inclusive. Nerd stuff has always been diverse and inclusive in that way. Woke is what happens when you make your message, the message, more important than the story or the character. And that made so much sense, Because again,
Mhm.
growing up, we had no problem that this Black Panther was the first black-led superhero movie. It's like, no, it fucking wasn't. That was Wesley Snipes as Blade, and I don't know if Steel came out around the same time, but Shaquille O'Neal was Steel. That was a bad movie, but Blade kicked ass, and Wesley Snipes was Wesley Snipes. That was another one of those
Yeah.
things where it's Wesley fucking Snipes, so you're gonna go see him. We never had a problem with that kind of stuff. It's just that they didn't have to say, well, as a black half vampire, half human, then I know what it's like to deal with oppression of cops. It's like that was never the case. That was never the message. And so the fact that they're constantly, shoehorning the message over everything, which even when they don't, like, Grae, were you the one that said that Marvel wasn't like explicitly woke? It was just boring. It's like
The Marvels. Yeah.
yeah,
The Marvels, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So they knew not to like hit you over the head with look at these strong, diverse women. But since that was the message and that was their priority, they never bothered with the story. That's why it's boring. The characters are just there. They're there. They've already accomplished it. They checked the boxes. They're on the screen. And I think didn't Nia DaCosta leave the production before he was even done? She doesn't care. She did her job.
Yeah. I think it was like in post, and she's like, okay, I'm done. See ya.
Yeah. Fanfic writer. Okay, good. You did your job.
Yeah, Dick Champion in chat says that the guy who plays Reacher would be great as Sentry. Yeah, that guy's jacked and buff.
Yeah, I saw the poster. Yeah.
Like, what's it called again? He, if you guys don't know who he is, he was in the first time I ever saw that guy. He played Aquaman in Smallville, and then he played forgot another character in Titans. He was in Titans, like the live action one. Fuck Batman, that one. He played one of the characters there, and now he's on Reacher. Right? Like, yeah, I think that guy is big and chiseled. I think that'll be a perfect cast, but it's like we need more representation. It's like, no,
was he Rob? Was he? I don't think he was Robin. Was he Deathstroke?
He was in Deathstroke. Let's see. He was the guy who was dating that girl with that hot girl.
Maybe.
You know exactly what I'm talking about now. That's very vague, but you know what I'm talking about. But so this guy. Yeah.
When I watch Reacher, he is a classic. I mean, he looks like the classic Ubermensch superhero type. He looks like a Superman. You could dress him up as Captain America. You could dress him up as any of them.
Oh yeah, I remember now. Yeah. But he broke up with her for I think something for a stupid reason. But anyway, yeah, okay. Beside the point. Yeah.
Alan Richson. Yeah, like I think he'll be perfect. Like he already looks the part. He doesn't need to work out. He doesn't need to get buff. He's not like fucking Robert Pattinson. He's like, oh hey, I don't want to gain weight because I'm too fucking lazy. Like he's already there.
Did I tell you that I tried to watch the Batman?
The one with Robert Pattinson?
With Robert Pattinson, I tried. I really did, you guys. Everyone said it was but despite Robert Pattinson, you got to watch it. It's really good. It's like Seven. It's like the murder mystery, and I tried, guys. And you know what? I almost thought I could make it because as long as he was in the suit or a suit, like when he wore a tuxedo or whatever, I could get around the fact that his neck is so thin I could stretch my hand around it and my thumb and forefinger could touch. I could get around that because they put a collar on him to hide the fact he has this tiny little neck. But then they showed him in a t-shirt. They showed him in a t-shirt with his buggy whip arms. I'm like, no, okay. So you couldn't even hide it the whole movie that he's a stick figure of a guy. And it does explain why it takes him 15 punches to knock out one gangster. I just couldn't. I made it about 40 minutes in. I was like, I'm done. I can't look at this buggy whipped arm, skinny necked little stick figure of a guy pretending he's Batman. It doesn't work. Mm-hmm. So sorry, chat. I know everyone liked it. Not my Batman.
So I thought the movie was okay. Like it was a little bit too long because it was like a 2 hour, 40 minute movie. It's a long movie. And I thought some set pieces were cool, but yeah. Let's see. Craig Morning, yeah, I agree right here. Just let inspiring people tell the stories honestly. Yep. Nope. You got to have these crazy writers that want to like self-insert themselves into the movie, have their thumbprint on the movie and change shit up. It's like, oh, you remember that woke moment that you didn't like? Yeah, that was on me, right? It's it's crazy.
Did you guys read Kingdom Come back in the day, or have you guys heard of that? It was the graphic novel with
Superman one?
Yeah,
No,
he
I
has come
haven't.
with- See, talking about foreign superheroes, right? Like superheroes from other countries and other. There was this part in that graphic novel in that series where the Justice League get together. They're all old. Superman leads them, and they're all gonna fix these modern superheroes who don't have a moral compass. They just destroy everything, and they fix America. They stop all the superheroes here that are out of control, and start going around the world. And it's just like 2 pages where they go to like Japan, they go to the Middle East, they go to Africa. They don't even name them, but they show you see these these pieces of art where it shows the old school Justice League, all of them older, all of them in their 50s, and they're fighting these foreign superheroes, and you want to know who they are. They had them. They're right there. Like, what's that story? Look at this mech. Look at this. What's this superhero? They don't name them. They just said, this is what we did. We just went across the country. There's a whole gold mine of potential stories from diverse origins, that they could tell, but they don't actually believe in real diversity. They don't believe that you know that these characters are worth a damn. They have to appropriate the ones that exist. But I just thought of that right now. It's like, there's so many opportunities of other stories to be told that we haven't seen yet, and they're just leaving it on the table. They're just ghosting them. It's a shame.
Yeah, it is. All right, let's go ahead and read some comments. Let's see. Rippa is the man. Yeah, man.
Yes, he is.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask both of you guys this question. Grae, what do you think about him starting like his own animation studio?
Oh, it's already confirmed.
Yes, there's a
yeah.
trailer for the Rippaverse stuff, and there's like an actual animated like intro. Like he's starting his own animation studio.
Yeah, good on him. Like it all started with just frustration, right, from all this BS. It's like,
Exactly.
yeah, fuck this, I'm gonna do it myself. Then he started with comics. Then it became astronomically successful with his first 2 issues of Rippa. Then now Alpha Core, I believe.
ISOM.
Alpha Core.
ISOM, yeah.
Yeah,
And
and Alpha Core,
Alpha Core. Then now he's starting his own animation studio. Yeah, good on
Yeah,
good on
awesome.
him that he's finally pushing back on this, where people I hope it inspires more people to do the same. It's like we want the market is so starved with compelling and very excellent storytelling, and sick of this woke stuff. It's like hopefully over the years more and more people veer off and support these new independent studios and developers, compared to and slowly veering away from Disney, because like BlackRock money can only go so far. Like there'll come a point, okay, Disney, where's my money? I can't keep giving you money anymore. Give it back already. Then Disney has nothing to show for it. Let's just hope it comes to that already. It's like just stop giving Disney money, please, for the love of God.
What about you, Dan? How do you feel about that? Coming.
I
being
am
an animator.
nothing but excited. I've actually been when he first announced it, I've been desperately trying to find a way to submit, to get in contact. Right now, like that Alpha Core and the ISOM animated trailer, I think that was done by maybe 1 or 2 people. So when they meet,
that's really good.
Yeah. So when they mean, we're starting an animation studio, I mean they're probably starting it like from scratch. They probably have like 1 or 2 people who are artists who did all that stuff, and now they want to actually do more than just trailers. And I've actually run into this a couple times with I've sought out places like alternate media. I do work for PragerU now, but I also look for, I don't know if you guys heard of Angel Studios. They released the movie with Jim Caviezel.
What's it called?
Sound of Freedom, right?
Sound of Freedom, yeah.
It turns out they have a couple of really good-looking animated series, and it's right up my alley. And it's really hard to get a hold of them. These smaller upstarts, they're very. I don't want to say they're not cliquish, but they're very small operations, and so it's really there's a person who's heading the production, and they're going to hire who they know. And that's pretty much it. They're not going to contact the union and say, "Hey, put this on the job board," so we can get a bunch of commies in here. They're very guarded. And it's good. It's good, the gatekeeping, but for someone like me who wants to reach out, it's actually it's hard. So I will continue to, to be a part of something like that at the ground level, can you imagine? Like just doing great, awesome. Like I grew up with the X-Men. I grew up with Spider-Man and his friends. I grew up with all these great shows from, that just that's the reason I wanted to become an animator. And now here we go. It's the cycle is renewed. And now we have people like Rippa. We have people. I know that there's people like Geeks and Gamers are trying to start some stuff. Like, great. I'm ready. And it's just hard to get a hold of them, So I'm excited for the future because I think there's going to be a lot of, entertainment does not need to be centralized in Hollywood anymore. And that's wonderful. It's just a matter of trying to get in on the ground level and be part of it.
Yeah. I'm super like looking forward to it. Like, I think like I'm not sure if how you can reach out. Like, I'm not sure if like you have Twitter. I think that might be the easiest way. Maybe you can get there, go to like the Rippaverse or something like that. Maybe there's some contact. I'm not sure, but yeah, like I'm pretty, or maybe you just like super chat during like Tuesday night's main event or something like that. If your Ripper's usually there, it's like, hey, how can I contact you about like submitting something? You might have to do that because I know that he does respond. He's like, oh yeah, reach out to me directly or talk to whoever.
Yeah, remember right, Phil, when we were about to start, it's like we didn't know what software Geeks and Gamers were using, so you sent a super chat.
I sent a super chat. Like, what stream? What do you say? Oh, we're using StreamYard. I'm like, okay, cool. Like
that's how we found out about StreamYard.
Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and read some comments. Let's see. Craig Morning says they just put some feathers on a brown dude and made them token versions of superheroes with Mesoamerican themes. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Brown superheroes are Indians, you guys. All the time. All the time.
Let's see. Booming Bob says Asians can't be 6'3". They are doomed to be.
Actually, if they came out with a cool Mongolian superhero, like the great grandson of Genghis Khan, who wanted to make Mongolia great again, and he became like the foil, man, that would be some 6'3" thick armed. Oh, that would be awesome, and he just out wrestles everyone. Man.
Yeah. Oh man.
Let's go.
Let's see. Stanky Pussy.
Oh, Chat is undefeated.
Oh man. John Cho had no business thinking he could pull off Spike's energy and swag. That takes a very specific type of person.
Yeah.
Yep.
Agree.
Man, it's okay. Speaking of like anime adaptations, we talked to Grae already knows, but the thing is that Dan, did you watch the One Piece live action adaptation?
Yeah.
I did.
What'd you think?
Well, I got to tell you, I wasn't a fan of the anime or the manga, mostly because I wasn't really attracted to the art. But I thought, what the hell? I'll give this a shot. I had no idea that it was done by the same production company that did Cowboy Bebop. If I had known that, I probably wouldn't have watched it. But I was pleasantly surprised on how likable I found all the characters and how was it. And they did episodic TV exactly right, where the episode ends and it ends with you going, what? And you got to see the next one. You got to see the next one. And it was one of those things where just like Cowboy Bebop, although in a slightly different way, Cowboy Bebop was so bad that it made me curious about the original, and I love the original. This was so good, it made me go and watch the original. So I thought it was fantastic. The characters were so likable, and you were invested, and you cared about what happened to them. You cared about what came from, and it was just awesome. And it was so much fun. The way I describe it to people, like, there's a lot of normies like, I don't know, that's like anime. I'm like, no, did you like Pirates of the Caribbean? They're like, yeah, all right. Think of Pirates of the Caribbean, but it's all fantasy. Like the Caribbean's a real place. So it's like fantasy, but in a real setting. Now imagine a world that is completely fantastic. It's completely mythological, and it's a pirate world. And it's Pirates of the Caribbean in the pirate utopia. And it's just so much fun.
Yeah.
You got to watch it. So,
it's so good.
I thought it was great.
It like for me, I had my reservations finding out like, it's the same studio that did Cowboy Bebop, and then we found out that Oda is going to be behind everything. I was like, okay, this could be good. And then I asked Cody, he's a big, one of the biggest fans, like I know, like he loves One Piece, and I asked him what do you think. He's like, he liked it a lot. I'm like, all right, I'll watch the first episode, and if it doesn't hook me, I'm not gonna watch it. After watching it, I'm like, okay, I want to see more.
Yep,
I want to see more. And then
we even watched the trailer when we were live. It's like,
Yeah.
oh my god, it's gonna be terrible.
Yeah.
Okay, a pink-haired girl, and oh man, and yeah.
Yeah. Yo, David Nelson with the 199 says, thanks for the entertainment from the 199 Legion. Yo, thank you so much,
Thank you.
David. Yo, thank you so much for that, man. Yo, hail the 199 for sure. But yeah, it's definitely very good. Very, very good. Let's see. Let's go and continue. Yo, we already got Phil TMNT is in the chat. What's going on, Phil? Hope you're doing well, man. Let's see. Let's go and go down. Let's see. Couldn't read this. Let's see. Andy says that as long as the independents don't sell out to the corpos, then the future is bright with a lot of independents. I agree.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's different now. The rise of the new independents like Rippa. It's like they know what these corporates can do and what they will do, so they won't allow it this time. It's like unlike before, where there were a lot of indies, then corporates started gobbling them up. Then yeah, they slowly changed them into what they are today. So we already know that's gonna happen if they allow it. So yeah, hopefully there's more resiliency this time around with the new emerging indies.
Yeah,
I do want to address. There's someone in the chat who keeps asking about if PragerU is accepting stories, and I've seen them do it a couple times. I don't want to think I'm ignoring because he's like, "Oh, there's a question for Dan." I saw your question. I don't know. I don't know what their submission process is. I do know, like, just like every other independent, there it is. I know they want to do more, and I will say that I did get a chance to visit the studio, and they're expanding the studio. They're taking over new floors of the building they're in, and they're looking to do more stuff. So I would say that the chances are good that they want to do more and they want more stuff to do. So if you can get a contact with them, and it shouldn't be hard because I guess PragerU is right here I'm in California, so I say it shouldn't be hard. But again, it's like I'm in the same boat you are, and I found PragerU kind of through, just by chance. But here I am trying to reach out to other people, and it's tough. And so maybe I'm in the same boat of trying to like get in contact with Angel Studios and all that stuff. Seems to be the answer is that you have to find the person in charge of recruiting and get in contact with them somehow directly, whether it's email, whether it's social media. And it's actually hard for me. I'm actually going to have to bite the bullet soon, I think, and get back on social media just so I can have access, because LinkedIn's pretty much trash. And
oh man, LinkedIn is full of wokies. Holy shit.
Well, I can tolerate it being full of wokies if it actually paid off, but I don't think I've gotten a single job through LinkedIn.
Yeah,
as an independent. It's never worked. And now with all the layoffs, I know you don't want to talk about certain things, but there's a lot of layoffs because Disney has been just hemorrhaging money. That means they're going to be doing fewer projects. I see a lot of people posting jobs. So the market for employees is flooded right now. And I don't know that any of them are going to be like looking through the LinkedIn message boards and just picking people at random. People are going to be hiring who they know. So, so I don't have an answer for that question. I would say likely yes, because I do know that they are expanding. They're looking to hire more people. They're looking to hire more personnel and do more stories and do more content. So I would, if I were you, if you have ideas, reach out.
Yeah, like it doesn't hurt, like just reach out to them. Like what's it called again? Like if just be kind, like sometimes like they like if they're on Twitter, that's usually just for Twitter stuff. But if you could find them on some kind of like job posting, is that you can do it professionally, you can reach out to them. The chat. What the worst you can get is like they don't answer you. Right.
Yeah, I don't have experience with the art industry, but I would think it would help a lot to be more than just a text proposal. Like if you have a portfolio that you can show, whether through a YouTube video or through a website, I think that would help a lot for you to stand out, for them to notice you. That's what I feel. That's what I'm not an artist myself, but that's what I feel. It's like me doing this YouTube thing, it's helped me a lot. It's helped me a lot with getting gigs and the stuff that I'm gonna say later. It's like there are find creative ways to express yourself that makes you stand out compared to just submitting a proposal full of text like these are my achievement, blah blah blah. Because everybody's doing all applicants are doing that, so it's very hard to distinguish yourself. Maybe that's also a reason why Also consider that angle when proposing to Progr. That's
Yep.
what I have to say.
Let's see. Andy Contreras says Angel Studios is dope. Sound of Freedom was a film with a strong message. I saw the trailer for Young David recently, and I did not know that they were doing animation.
If you like that, Andy, you owe it to yourself to look up what they're doing with the Wing Feather Saga. It's a kid's adventure fantasy. If you're into Avatar: Last Airbender, if you're into Dungeons and Dragons, if you're into Legend of Zelda, it is super, super gorgeous animation, art style. I think they're releasing the season 1 and 2 on Blu-ray for in time for the holidays. But it is, and it is something that as soon as I saw that on IG, I was like, who is making this amazing looking cartoon? Oh crap, it's Angel Studios. It's like they're doing all kinds of stuff, and they did the movie, but they do dry-bar comedy. They're looking to just make media. They're looking to make all kinds of adult themed, also for kids. Wing Feather Saga. If you think that Young David looks great, which it does, I agree. It's right up there with, I would say, if you're talking about animated biblical stories with good production value, like Prince of Egypt was fantastic.
Prince of Egypt is the best, man. It's so good.
It's a wonderful movie, a biblical story, but it didn't matter because it was just a great story. It's so look that up. Wing Feather Saga. I know the Blu-rays are out. Physical media.
Let's see. Johnny Lightfoot says, shout out to Epicverse. It's ran by Josiah and Epic Mike. Yeah, we had Epic Mike on. Yeah, they're doing a movie with what's it called, in Jake the Viking and Beardo and stuff like that, which is pretty cool. So they're filming a movie, which is pretty damn awesome. So I'm looking forward to it. It'll be cool to have Epic Mike back on, talk about that kind of stuff when maybe stuff gets
when it gets public. Yeah, when it gets to public, I don't think he can say a lot yet as of now.
Yeah, he said that every time he's on Tuesday night's main event, he's like, oh yeah, we're doing a bunch of stuff. It's coming up. So. Making a movie is very hard and costs a lot, so
yeah.
Let's see. Cavitano says, heard from a reliable source that Drunk 3PO has a direct line to Rippa. I know he does. But because they both made a book and stuff like that. So I don't know. You can potentially, I'm not sure what Carolyn does for Rippaverse. I know she was like
he's like customer service, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, yeah. So you might be
account manager. Yeah, maybe.
You might be able to reach out to Carolyn, like Dan, for like the Rippaverse stuff. Like if you're interested. And the thing is that like me and my wife, we got excited when we saw the stuff that came out from Ben Key, from like Daily Wire, right? Some of the animation stuff, I was like, this looks like Bluey,
Yeah, Ben Key's
the animation is good. I think the chinchilla stuff looks really cool, and I'm glad they're doing that. But yeah, man, I'm looking forward to it. Let's see.
You know what? And I understand them being close to the vest. Like you mentioned Epicverse. I haven't really seen too much of what they're working on. I just know they're working on stuff, and I understand if they're keeping it close to the vest. And I understand if they're look, I've changed my opinion on gatekeeping. I think gatekeeping is absolutely essential if you want to protect the things you love. It does make it harder for people from the outside, like myself, to get in, but I understand. I get it. I understand why you want to be very selective and very discriminating about who you let in.
Yeah.
Because,
like you don't
see what happens.
It's like you basically get in like I'm pretty sure back in the day, like a lot of people from Marvel and DC, they're like super based, and a lot of them got like they either retired or just left, and then you let in these people who are like I'll say and do whatever, and then they completely change like your message or your mission statement of like what you guys want to do, and it's completely like basically a shell that's passed. And
they will play ball as long as they need to, and as soon as they have, Kathleen Kennedy is a perfect example. She was with George Lucas and Steven Spielberg for decades. She was right next to him this whole time, and Lucas thought that she was the one to helm it because she knew him the best. She knew she was there for everything. So of course, why wouldn't he just put it in her hands? Of course, he would trust her. And as soon as she had it, she just. Like after 40 years of working together and thinking that she was the one who understood, she just threw it all away. She was just waiting. She was biding her time and waiting for when she can inject her own bullshit into it. And so, even the best of them that you think are the best of them, my wife tells me all the time whenever I go to a new studio and meet people, and oh, this person's cool and that person's cool. She always looks me right in the face and says, "Remember, they're not your friends."
Yep.
And I always have to be reminded, you know. So
Yeah.
it's sad,
what's
but
that
it's true.
saying? Evil never sleeps. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, PragerU is pretty good. I was watching a lot when Amala and Will were on. Yeah, they were two of my favorites. Yeah, and the fact that like Ryan, who comes on from time to time, he's part of the Prager Force. So which is pretty cool. I guess I asked him, are you guys still doing stuff for Prager Force? He's like, yeah, I'm still a part of it, which is pretty cool. But yeah, it's pretty awesome. Yeah, F limited run games, by the way. Yeah, true. I agree. Screw them. Andy says, Carolyn is awesome. Glad she's joining a lot of gaming streams. What he did to her in the mainstream was uncalled for. Yep, it sucks. Booming Bob says, Kathleen Kennedy messed up so bad they made the biggest Star Wars YouTuber give up. Wait, who's the biggest Star Wars YouTuber?
Oh, is that Star Wars Theory?
Is he still on?
didn't-
Oh yeah. He said he gave up on he's like screw yeah, Star Wars Theory. Most recently on Twitter, he's like he's done. He's done.
Wow.
With Star
Oh
Wars.
yeah, I saw that. Yeah, even
That's-
he gave up on it. Yeah.
That's crazy because he was actually watching Ahsoka and he actually liked it most of the time. So
Yeah, he said he's done.
wow.
That's crazy. Let's see. Andy says, props to your wife. She's a keeper, man. Sounds like she's a guardian angel looking out for you from everything you shared with us today.
I tell myself that every day. I don't actually like the help she gives me, but I know I need it. If it wasn't for her, man, I'd be blasting everyone in sight. So she does keep me on the straight and narrow, and she does make me better. So that's what you got to do. You got to find yourself a partner that brings out the best in you.
Yep. Let's see. All right, here we go. Speaking of Star Wars, we talked about this a little bit before, Grae, but and we talked about this with what's it called again? When we had X-Wing on. I've never played Knights of the Old Republic.
Okay.
I did. I tried.
Is it good? Not. People
You
say
know what?
people say it's really good. Is it
Well,
good?
the problem is it came out about the same time I was playing World of Warcraft, so I never really had time for both of them.
Yeah.
And then I did try to go back and play because now they're like really tiny games on your computer. They take up almost no memory and they're cheap. But it just was so. I guess the interface was just so wonky and it was just hard to play. I made it a little ways. I wasn't a huge fan of it. Now, unfortunately, I know that I missed a lot of the story. I missed a lot of great characters. I know I know that Darth Bane is in there. I know that there's a Raven saga. I know there's a bunch of characters from the EU that were beloved, and I get it. I guess the other thing is that it's kind of like what Disney is doing to lightsabers now. Knights of the Old Republic did to lightsabers back then, which was nerf the crap out of them.
Yeah, lightsabers are stupid.
I
now,
couldn't
man.
accept it. I couldn't accept that lightsabers are so useless because I'm only
Yeah.
level 7 and the bad guy's level 20, and so my lightsaber does absolutely no damage to them. And it's like, okay, I understand it's a role playing game and all that stuff, and plus the stims. I don't know. At the time, I was a little bit of a purist. Like, well, Jedi don't use drugs, but here I am in Knights of the Old Republic, just stimming the crap out of myself. You know, adrenaline stims and speed stims, and I was like, man, my Jedi not only has a worthless lightsaber, but I'm a druggie. I can't help but keep taking these stims. I'm not sure I like it, but yeah, little did I know that decades later, Star Wars would do that to actual lightsabers. They're just worth nothing. It's, you can get stabbed with them, you can get chopped in half, and they don't mean anything. They're just useless.
Yeah.
But yeah,
All
anyway.
right. So the reason why I want to talk about it, so earlier this year, I think it was either early this year or last year, they did like a teaser. Could be during Star Wars Celebration of that they were making
They were
the Knights of
remaking.
the Old Republic remake.
No. Oh wait, the game?
Yeah, the game.
Oh,
game.
Okay.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
were
so I was-
remaking it.
So I was looking forward to it. I was like, cool. As a person who has never played the original, I hear a lot of great things about it, right? So Nagy says that it played multiple times. It's lit, and then Andy says that loved KOTOR 1 and 2, and it was a game that you might not like if you did not start with it. So yeah, so I wanted to play it, but I thought it was like a big MMO kind of thing, but it wasn't. So that's the reason why. But the thing is
that's the Old Republic. The
That's the
MMO
old-
is the Old Republic.
That's just over, but for Knights of the Old Republic, it's completely different, right? So Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic likely dead as Embracer CEO refuses to talk about it. Development on Star Wars KOTOR remake has seemingly ground to a halt at all of Embracer's group studio. This spells cancellation according to the latest reports. The rumors are fueled with Embracer CEO Lars Wingefors' refusal to talk about the game during the company's latest financial earnings investors call. The Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic remake is not being worked on in any way at any studio, according to the renowned industry insider Jeff Grubb at the latest Game Mess Mornings podcast. During the latest Embracer Group investor call, as transcribed by Seeking Alpha, the publishing group's CEO refused to clarify the game's status simply by saying, "I noticed that anything I say to this becomes a headline, so that is my only comment." So, why are we talking about this? Right? Okay, the game, you got a cool trailer and it stopped, and it sucks, but I think we might have dodged a bullet here.
Yes.
So this is right here. So this is from Twitter X, learning the laws. The force is within you, actually. Fans of KOTOR, you've dodged a ballistic missile. This is Sam Maggs right over here.
Oh boy.
It says, I write games and books and comics. Next, Knights of the Old Republic remake, Call of Duty Vanguard, Critical Role Origins, Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, blah, 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 blah. This is what she said. I'm going to read this. It says, I spend a lot of time talking about fighting the patriarchy, but these are little moments that I despise it the absolute most. Representation matters. I feel lucky to work somewhere that values the inclusion of marginalized and LGBTQ plus people, both on and behind the screen. I've never seen Star Wars laugh out loud. Fighting the patriarchy makes me hungry, so I'm going to sit in the kitchen while my male partner cooks dinner. Wow.
Doesn't it mean boyfriend?
I don't know, but she has a lot. Let's see. Some of the worst professional experiences I've had involved a white woman with internalized misogyny doing the work of the patriarchy. I understand it, but it doesn't make it any less painful. Another one says, I'm literally just going to spend the whole day crying about Ray and Jin. It's freezing, but hating the patriarchy keeps me warm. Women's March. Anyways, I'm going to fly to Vancouver now. Remember to smash the patriarchy while I'm gone. Okay, XOXO. Womp rats, Sam. Womp rats. Most Gary stew of all. The most. So yeah, we actually dodged a bullet.
I was gonna say we might have dodged a bullet before I heard all that. Just because I've lost so much faith in the creatives at Star Wars and Lucasfilm and LucasArts that I'd rather they just didn't. And every time I hear someone's going to do a remake of something that I loved as a kid, I'd rather they just stop making remakes because they very seldom get it right. And so, and of course, at this point, apathy is set in where Star Wars is just like kind of dead to me, except for like one or two things. Like I still like the Jedi Fallen Order game. I think that's a great game. It's fantastic, good story, good characters. Jedi Survivor, the gameplay was excellent. It was if you like the first one, you like the second one, but the story just fell off a cliff. And so
really? Okay.
Yeah, I was very disappointed in that because they tried to incorporate some of KK's High Republic. Well, I shouldn't say try to incorporate. They incorporated the High Republic into which is fucking blasphemy into this story that used to be about someone surviving the Clone Wars between Revenge of the Sith and New Hope. And Cal Kestis's, survival as one of the few. Well, apparently now it's not few. Apparently it's a lot of Jedi survive.
There's so many of them.
But
yeah, there's so
if
many.
you look at the first game as okay, most of the Jedi were killed, and this is literally a survivor, like one of the last remaining Jedi. It was a great story, and they even presented. I'm not a fan of the prequels. I did not grow up with the prequels. I thought the prequels were lame, but the way it was represented in the game, it made the prequels cool. Like these are things that happen in history, and these are it's just every time you see the facts pop up about it, you're like, oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that sounds better than it actually was.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second game came out, and I was super stoked for that. And gameplay was great, but the story just took a left turn, and it just became like all about the High Republic. And there was this utopia that existed literally 200 years ago that we completely fucked it up because we're Jedi. Not 2,000 years like the old Republic. The old Republic was like 2,000 or 4,000 years ago. So okay, over time things can decay, but literally 200 years ago, America is 250 years old. So within that time frame, you went from the utopian High Republic to what it is now, which is a shit show. So good job, Jedi. You just made Jedi lame again. I know that they were under orders to probably incorporate all that. But anyway, when I saw KOTOR is a remake, I'm like, yeah, they're not looking good. I'd rather they didn't. And then when you said it was canceled, I was like, oh, thank God. Okay, good. I'd rather not have a game than have another crappy one. So
yeah, true. Just leave the old one alone. Like, don't touch it. Because like they're basically remaking everything now. Like they're either rebooting it or remaking or doing some shit, and they're gonna make it woke or some shit like that, or put a chicken and make her lame and gay.
Lame and gay.
Yep, that's cake, and that's all of them. And what's funny is that they're not actually fans of this stuff. They don't know why it's popular or it was popular or why the fans loved them. Obviously, they hate the fans, so they don't really care about what we think. They just know that it's popular, so they figure that if they can take it and they can inject all their as called it dog crap into it, then it'll sell just as well as before. But again, they don't understand why these things were beloved, and so they end up just fucking it up. And I don't know if you guys have ever heard of the channel World Class Bullshitters.
Yep.
One of my favorite things that I watch on his channel is he'll just go to like these discount like warehouse toy stores where people send all the refuse that didn't sell in normal stores. It is just packed with Disney, Marvel, Star Wars crap. Packed. Like 5-year-old action figures, brand new, mint condition, in the box, never opened, never been used, packed with it.
Yeah.
At these discount, like he calls it Ollie's. I guess back east there's a place called Ollie's. It's kind of like a Big Lots or like some place where you just throw away crap. That tells you something. That tells you that they don't understand why. They just figure they make the toys and people will buy them, but they don't understand why people make the toys and why people buy them.
Man, it sucks. It's, like I said, I think Star Wars is dead. Yeah, right. And it's just like, especially when it comes to video games, like I'm pretty sure people are still playing like a Battlefront or something like that. People are playing that still.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's see. So Negronaut says, yeah, Star Wars needs to be rated R. Yeah, if they're gonna make lightsabers cool again, yeah, definitely.
At least PG-13. I mean, when you get an R rating, you're not talking like Star Wars has always been kind of for kids that was also watchable by adults, right? Mm-hmm. But if you make it rated R, suddenly you're just making it for the adults. And I get it, the last hardcore fans are the adults, but if you want it to be what it was, you have to appeal to kids. And I think PG-13, Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom was PG-13. The guy got a heart ripped out of him. So you can do quite a bit with that rating. So I would say, PG-13, but if you really want to bring back what Star Wars was, which was really a fantasy for kids, and by kids, I mean 10 to 13-year-olds, so not like kids who don't know anything, but kids who are just discovering things like the hero story and overcoming adversity and courage in the face of, unsurmountable odds. Those are the values that Star Wars, and just like all mythology, passed on to us. And that's why they resonate, and that's why they lasted. These guys don't care about courage or, overcoming adversity or working constantly to make yourself better. You're perfect already, Ray. You taught yourself, Ray. You don't need anyone to show you, Ray. Why don't you attack this old man with a lightsaber when he has a stick from behind, Ray? Because you're the hero. That's what their values are.
Yeah. Let's see. Booming Bob says, everyone but Qui-Gon survives a lightsaber stab.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fuck Liam Neeson.
Yeah, screw him.
He's not 6'2" and just a badass. No.
Yeah. Get him out of there. See, Andy says, I was also pumped for the remaster, but hated Disney since. Then I found out that they caused Disney. Disney was remaking it, but I won't give them a chance. Yeah. I think any kind of remakes is just like, I don't really care anymore. Maybe other than Final Fantasy. Let's see. Straight white male not allowed to survive being stabbed. That's not
true.
That's very true right there. Let's see. And he says, I'm going to fill my alcohol and give a toast to this project dying. See, Calpateno says, huh? A white woman with a with a massager in her tita peng peng.
Help us out, Grae. I know that slang.
Yeah, that.
Massager. Yeah, it's like the best way is describe is kind of like the vibrator. Yeah, just imagine that.
Yeah, let's see. Andy says, is High Republic the one with a boulder being a character?
Yes. And a
Probably.
ship named Ship.
Oh, that's very
I wish
creative.
I was
Who would have
making
thought
it
of
up.
that?
Yeah, yeah.
Who would have thought of that? Let's see. Although I like the cross guard. Are you a cross guard fan, Dan?
I wasn't, but you're talking about. You're talking about in Jedi Survivor. In Jedi Survivor, you get new stances, including the crossguard. I've come in recent years to appreciate European swordplay and martial arts, and so it was really cool to have the crossguard. Although the thing that annoyed me about it was that it was so quote unquote heavy. It shouldn't be heavy. It's fucking energy. It doesn't weigh anything. So you should have this cool crossguard lightsaber and be able to swing it just as fast as anything else. But Cal is so freaking slow with the damn thing, and it's just annoying. Even though it's cool when he fires it up, the crossguard lights up. It's pretty sweet. But I'm like, why is this so freaking heavy? It's retarded.
Yeah.
Yeah, and X-Wing was on live, it's like I kind of lost motivation to play Survivor ever since he said a lightsaber is not supposed to fumble. Because he's right. Whenever a major opponent guards, you fumble your lightsaber, which is not supposed to happen. Because come on, it's a lightsaber, man. You're not supposed to fumble when you strike the person.
See, Matthew says the George Lucas original 6 films are still great with me, and Clone Wars is also good.
Which Clone Wars? The Genndy Tartakovsky Clone Wars are the bomb. I was too old for the Dave Filoni Star Wars, and given what Dave Filoni has become, I have no interest in going and watch that.
Yeah,
true.
Let's see. Discount stores are good for low-income families. Yeah,
absolutely. And right now they are swimming in choices for Christmas. For some reason, poor people don't want this stuff either. But hey, if you want to pick up some brand new, awesome, just tons and tons of toys, buy them all.
Yep. See, Andy says that the only good thing that Disney has made within the last couple of years has probably been the movie Coco. Other than that, I can't think of anything.
I know some people in Mexico and Latin don't like Coco. I don't know the cultural reasons, but something to do with the culture, I think. But I personally, I like Coco.
Yeah,
but there's some
Coco was pretty good.
Yeah, there were some things in there that they really did not like, but I don't know the specifics.
Yeah, see. Nagy says, I guess it just needs it needs to make sense. Yeah, the fighting still needs to be accurate like it used to be. Yeah. I agree. See, Andy says, I played the first Jedi Fallen Order. I stopped caring about Star Wars, but I did enjoy the game. Since you played the second one, do you recommend?
If you enjoy the gameplay, then yes. The characters are all back, and they're great. There's some really great cinematic moments in the game, but it's really about the gameplay. If you really enjoyed playing Jedi Fallen Order, then yes, I recommend it. If you're going in hoping to see a really cool continuation of Cal Kestis' story, the first probably third of the game is that. It opens up with that, definitely. But then, like I said, it just falls off a cliff, and it's like High Republic crap now. And it's like, okay, so I guess we're not going. I guess we're not fighting the Empire anymore, and I guess we don't really care. And well, the other thing that really annoyed me about it, I can't really tell you because of spoilers if you really care about playing it. So, but you'll see. There's issues with his buddy. Let's put it that way. His buddy is a great character, and they totally fuck him up.
Now, are either of you looking forward to that new Star Wars game with the chick?
The what?
There's like a
Outlaws.
new Star Wars game.
Star Wars
like
Outlaws.
Yeah, Outlaws. So whereas like the main character is like a Hispanic looking like chick.
Oh, it not really. Just because it doesn't really look like. I mean, it looks interesting, but it doesn't look like Star Wars because I know a while ago they were working a game, like what was it, level something. It was supposed to take place in the undercity of Coruscant, and it's supposed to be like the criminal underbelly, and that looked really interesting. But it's just not. It's not very Star Wars. You know what I mean? It's
Mm.
like it's kind of like anyone who's gone to Disneyland to the Star Wars section, the Galaxy's Edge.
Mm-hmm.
It's not really Star Wars. Like, this doesn't exist anywhere. It's just kind of vaguely Star Wars-esque or Star Wars inspired.
Yeah.
So I don't know. The game might really be cool. It might be like a Warhammer 40K Dark Tide where you're underground but it's just, I don't really see a lot of Star Wars in it other than the names of the blasters, the sounds of the blasters. Maybe they'll have really cool John Williams music, but you can't have Star Wars without the Force, without Jedi, without the basis of Star Wars is the battle of good and evil. That's really the foundation of it. It's classic mythology. If you're going to do Star Wars and it's going to be, well, we're all a bunch of plucky anti-heroes fighting greater evil, but evil's just a point of view, man. Yeah, 1313. Chat just put it up there. That game looked interesting because it was supposed to be a criminal underbelly type of thing. This looks like that. But I wasn't really that interested in 1313, and I'm not really interested in this new one.
Yeah. See, Booming Bob says both Clone Wars are great.
Okay.
And the thing is that Dave loves Clone Wars.
The Dave Filoni one?
I think so. He loves that. He loves Rebels as well.
Okay. Great.
I was like, you gotta watch it. You gotta watch it. And I was like, oh man,
I'm glad you love it, but I'm sorry. Gendy Tartakovsky knocked it out of the park with the 2D Clone Wars, and I have to say that when they introduced General Grievous, and I was so looking forward to the next movie, and when the two Grievouses didn't match, I was pretty disappointed.
Let's see. Johnny Lightfoot says, I like Coco. Yeah, Coco was pretty good.
Coco was good.
Yeah. Let's see. It doesn't even have John Williams music in the Star Wars land, apparently. Yeah. The only time that you actually hear like John Williams music is when you're in Tomorrowland, when they do the Jedi Training Academy, or when you're on Star Tours. Other than that, like Galaxy's Edge doesn't have any of that kind of stuff. Like, yeah, the only cool thing they have is the blue titty milk that tastes like ice, like blue ice cream, like the one that you get from like the ice cream truck. It's
only $14 too.
Yeah, and then you have the $300, $350 to make your lightsaber. And in order for you to get into the bar, you need to like RSVP like 3 hours ahead of time, and you might not even get in. Yeah, it's not great. Your Galaxy's Edge is not. Did
I tell you about how they have a bunch of people in costume trying to come up to kids and lead them on LARPing expeditions?
That sounds like a predator.
Yeah, well, I mean, especially when there's some like bad built purple haired person walks up to some kid, hey, I have to deliver something. You want to come help me? And they just look at her like, no.
No.
They're like characters from the High Republic. The High Republic was supposed to be like Shadows of the Empire. It was supposed to be this big multimedia event, and it took off like it went over like a fart in church. But
yeah.
So now they have a bunch of characters, actors dressed up as these characters from these books no one read, from these comics no one read, from things that no one gives a shit about, going around to kids, their target demographic, and saying, hey, I'm so-and-so woke lady from so-and-so High Republic story. You want to come help me do a thing? And they just look at them like, I've never seen you before, and I don't know who you are. And where's my mommy? It's the only time the kids get excited is when Rey shows up or when Chewie shows up, But
yeah,
it's painful. These actors are really trying too. I can tell that they're very disappointed that none of these kids want to go LARP with them.
Yeah, you want to take a picture with you? No.
Yeah, I don't know who you are. Weird purple-haired black lady in a frumpy outfit. I have no idea who you are.
Yep. See, Capitania says chances are that the lead female character in Outlaws will be into women, and eventually her story will end up being lame.
Yeah.
Yep.
Another thing with Outlaws is it's made by Ubisoft. I think that's the important part. They're notorious for making what you call it, like junk food games. It's like, you're doing a big open world where you do the same thing again and again. You just search the map, you fast travel, you conquer the outpost, and you can now fast travel there. It's gonna be like that, only themed in Star Wars. That's the thing. That's what people are concerned about. And that's what people feel about their incoming Avatar game, which is gonna come out next month. Like, it's just the same thing. the same Assassin's Creed open world, the same Far Cry game, except that it has an Avatar skin. So that's what I feel about Star Wars Outlaws. It's the same. It's the exact same template, except that it has a Star Wars skin this time.
Yeah.
That's the concern. That's the biggest concern.
Andy corrected me. It's Tarkovsky. Thank you,
Yeah.
Andy. I'm a bad fan.
Yeah. See, so Tarkovsky, I love his Primal series. I saw season 1 and still need to watch season 2. Have you seen it? And if so, do you like or dislike it?
I have not seen Primal. I will have to. I didn't know that was him. I'll have to look it up. See, again, I'm a terrible fan.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either. See, Galaxy's Edge is horrible. I went there and it was nothing but Disney Star Wars crap. Yeah, like there's no, you don't see any of the OG stuff there. It doesn't feel like it, right? There's no music in the background that sort of puts you in theme. And Disney is always known for like their theming, especially at the theme parks, right? It's like every land that you go to, you're supposed to feel like you're in that land, and then there's music and stuff like that. But there's nothing over there. Just a bunch of.
I remember when I was in high school and I went to Orlando and I rode on Star Tours for the first time. It was the old one before the digital one. The digital one is great because you have all these new ones, but there was used to be just one adventure on Star Tours.
Yep.
And when you go to the Star Tours ride, out front is a full-size AT-AT and it's Endor. You go inside and you're in Hoth. And then you go a little further and you're in Bespin. And you go a little further and you're in Yavin Base. And it's like, if you're a fan of the originals, you got it all. While standing in line, you got it all. It was so great. And it was like, it's so obvious. That's all they had to do. That's all you had to do was just put the original, the foundation of the series. Instead, they said, let's make something look vaguely like a Middle Eastern market, but then we'll put stupid writing everywhere that no one can read, and we'll make wires everywhere so it looks like it's a Hong Kong slum. And then we'll just say it's Star Wars, but it's Galaxy's Edge. And I remember when I first went, I was the only one not enjoying myself because all the people I went with were normies. And they're like, this is so cool. And I'm just like, this is crap. They're like, what's the problem? I said, where are we? Well, we're in Disneyland. No. Where are we right now? We're in Galaxy's Edge. Where is that? What planet is it on? What movie is it from? Where are the characters? They're like, well, I don't know. Like, exactly. That's why I'm in a shit mood right now, because the only thing that Star Wars here is the Millennium Falcon, and it's not even the right one. It's the one from the new fucking movie.
Yeah.
You can tell. And how can you tell? The satellite dish, non-fan. It's the satellite dish.
Right. So here's the thing. I used to Dan, I'm not sure if you knew, but like I used to work at Star Tours as a ride operator.
I'm kidding.
Yeah. Back in 08. And it was great, man. It was great hearing the John Williams music. Like especially when you're like I'm out to the front and then have to shoo kids away because they're not tall enough. Like, get out of here, piece of shit. You'll come back when you're tall enough.
Did you have to dress in the orange light flight suits?
So I had to dress in the blue one. So the females are in the orange ones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I was in the blue one that has like fake zippers in the front and stuff like that. And but yeah, like I loved it, man. Like the music, it's just like, welcome to Star Tours, and you have the off to Endor, and then like the fucking stupid ass robot goes into a different planet and stuff like that. It's great. And it's like I said, like the theming was just really, really good. And then when my friend who's like, oh, because he works on what's it called again? The Rise of the Resistance or whatever that other ride was called. He brought me into Galaxy's Edge, and I'm like, I was not impressed, right? Because it didn't feel like Star Wars.
Nope.
And
it felt like something vaguely sci-fi. It would, if there was like a Firefly land, like the series Firefly or Serenity, it looked like a Wild West type sci-fi, vaguely sci-fi thing. That would have been fine. But they called it Star Wars. It's not.
Yeah. Great. Did you ever go to a Galaxy's Edge?
No, I don't think so. If I did, I forgot.
There it is. There he probably did, but he forgot. And the ride sucks. Okay, I didn't go on the other one, the Rise of the Resistance. I went on the fucking Smuggler's Run, the one with the Millennium Falcon. That ride sucks ass. Do you know why?
Yeah.
It's because
sounds familiar. I might have, but yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah, you probably went and you're like, I don't remember this. Like the only two good spots I'm not sure how many like rooms there are for the Smuggler's Run, but there's only two seats that are good: the captain and then the first mate. right? Because you pilot the ship and moves around, and then usually like you light speed and then you have like the best view. Everyone else who sits in the back gets nothing, right? You're pressing stupid buttons. It's like, fuck that, I'm not doing anything, right? And it's like interactive, so it's boring. Yeah, see right here. See, Marcus Pitt says blue titty milk. I think I'm gonna spew. Yeah, let's see. A fart in the church. I feel attacked. Yeah.
No one's a fan, and I say this as someone who doesn't go to church.
Yeah. See, I still wondering when a Star Wars Black Series 6-inch figure Rise of Skywalker character Cloud will be released. I'm not sure. Sick. Does it vibrate? Does it vibrate? Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, Hong Kong housing project, not HK slum. Yeah. So basically a Kowloon, right? I'm not sure that place still exists.
Kowloon City. Yeah. I think it does still exist.
Let's see. Marcus Pitt says, what you didn't have to stand in line and dress and make up? Oh, the humanity. Where was the diversity back then? Nope, I didn't. But all right. So I do want to talk about this because we're sort of talking about Star Wars, and a lot of normies or people, not even normies, people who don't know Star Wars, they think Star Trek is the same thing. Right? When I was a kid, I was like, which one has the swords? Oh, the lightsabers? Like, yeah, that's the one I like. Right? And but now, because I didn't grow up watching Star Wars or anything like that, but I watched Star Wars as an adult. But I do want to jump onto this article here. So, anyone here watch Reading Rainbow? Or was a fan of Star Trek?
I grew up on that, and when he was in Star Trek Next Generation, I was like, hey, it's my guy from Reading Rainbow. I was so excited.
LeVar Burton. Grae, what about you?
No.
So mostly it is a US thing, right? Reading Rainbows. Like that was like, like it was on PBS, and it's like he'll read books and stuff like that. So I guess there are some books that LeVar Burton really, really wants to read kids, but Moms for Liberties don't want it. So let's go and read this article. It comes to us from Bounding the Comics. Star Trek actor LeVar Burton threatens to physically assault members of Moms for Liberty who don't want small children reading sexually explicit material in school libraries. Yeah, so the person who read books to you on Reading Rainbow wants little kids to read sexually explicit material in school libraries. And if you don't let little kids read sexual explicit material in school libraries, he's going to physically assault you.
Yikes.
So, Dan, coming from a person who is a fan of LeVar Burton, I'm not sure if you're still a fan of him now. How do you feel about this?
Well, like I said, when I was young and a child and coming up into junior high school and high school area, yes, I was a huge fan of him because we didn't have Twitter. And we didn't know what these people thought unless they were interviewed, and that was rare. I'm not saying Twitter's bad for that. I think, Twitter, TikTok, there's all this talk, especially from conservatives or people who identify that way, to ban it. I don't want it banned because I want to know what these people think. And I'm glad that we know what they think. And if the price of them coming out and revealing themselves is that my admiration as a child is the price, then I accept the price because, yes, I was a fan. And then he started opening his big fat mouth just like George Takei did and revealed himself to be a complete hypocrite. Oh, look at me. I was put in an internment camp. Let's put people in internment camps for not getting a genetic experimental gene therapy. Anyway, LeVar Burton. When he started running his fucking mouth about stuff that he shouldn't be, and now it turns out that he wants basically porn in little kids' school. And of course, if you don't like it, he will physically attack you. For me, and for those of us who've been paying attention, this is par for the course. You don't trust a male feminist. You don't trust any member of the LGBT. They will turn on you, ladies. Ladies, this is your fault. The feminists brought this about themselves. And now, well, Moms for Liberty, I wouldn't call them feminists, but the fact that he would come out and say this, everyone's very shocked. I'm not shocked because, unfortunately, I've come to expect this from people who identify as the moral Puritans. They will always resort to violence. I think that's rule 4 of the social justice warrior. They will always resort to violence. They will always wish death and destruction upon the heretic, the blasphemer, and yeah, it's disgusting. And when you say things like, "Well, you don't think that there should be porn in school," the problem isn't that there's porn in school. The problem is that you don't want kids to learn about this cultural mandate that we have. The message must be taught.
Yep.
So yeah, screw this guy.
What about
Yeah.
you, Grae?
Yeah, I don't think I can expound more on what Dan said, but yeah, it's not surprising behavior anymore, especially we've been covering these kinds of things for the longest time. It's like they always seem to target children for some reason. It's like you wouldn't be having a problem if these content was placed in the adult section for people who are more matured, more developed minds who know the do's and don'ts. But you're targeting children for Christ's sake. They don't know a thing about these things. Like you never thought about your sexual identity when you were 5 years old. It's like what like imagine how skewed their way of thinking will be in the future and for the rest of their life if it messed it up at that early of an age. It's like,
Yeah.
what could have been a good life for them, you messed it up psychologically and mentally and emotionally because of you pushing these, yeah, as Dan said, the so-called message to children who are not supposed to be exposed to this yet. I mean, they should just be naturally children, like playing with others, learning more about life, vocabulary, mathematics. That's the stuff they should be learning, not this sexually explicit material. It's like, yeah, it's like it's so exhausting and disgusting. But yeah, we need to keep calling them out and call them for their BS.
Yeah.
And I have a family member who actually does teach in. She's a teacher, and she teaches. I think she was teaching middle school, now she's teaching high school, and she always, she's part of that community, and she's my sister, and I love her, but we disagree on this, and it's one of those weird things where she'll listen to me because I'm her brother, and I won't yell at her or anything. I'll just explain to her, like, this is a problem, and there's a line that's being crossed here, and I think that you shouldn't. And she'll understand in her head, like intellectually, she'll get it. But I can see her wincing, and I can see her pulling back, and I can see her tensing up because emotionally, morally, she's not supposed to agree with me. And yeah, and, I try to keep it very clinical. Like, listen, it's not that you don't want kids to be accepting of all people. It's just that you can't talk about certain subjects without talking about sex, and you shouldn't be talking about sex to little kids.
Yep.
That's it. It's that simple. And she'll agree, and then she'll tell me about, oh yeah, well I have a child she's confused about her biological gender.
Oh my God.
And this and that. And I stopped her. I said, okay, well, first of all, did you talk to her about her confusion? It's like, well, I let her know that I'm a safe person she can talk to. I said, but did you use the word biological gender? She goes, well, yes. I said, that's not a correct term. There's no such thing as biological gender. There's biological sex, and then there's gender identity and expression. Those, one's psychological, one is physical. She's like, no, I get that. I understand. It's just that I can't say that word. I said, we can't use the S word with kids. I'm like, and I looked at her and I said, that's what I'm talking about. You're gonna be an ally. You're gonna talk to them about their identity. You can't even speak properly because you're censoring yourself. You you can't talk to them about certain things, but how are you supposed to talk about this stuff if you don't refer to those things?
Mm-hmm.
She's like, no, I get it. Yeah, she understands in her brain, but she's in the cult.
Yeah.
So she can't emotionally,
does not compute. Yeah.
Well, it computes. She just can't.
I can't say it. There's a program. It's not allowing me to say it.
If she speaks up, she'll be canceled. So it's awful. It's just the members of the cult are prisoners of the cult. The leaders of the cult are prisoners of the cult. Everyone who's a member of the cult is a prisoner of the cult. The weird thing is that, like all cults, they want to spread. They want more prisoners. They want more people to be imprisoned with them. I guess misery loves company.
Yeah. Yo, patriotic guest adult with the $5 says nothing. Yo, thank you so much for the 5. Thank you.
Enough said.
Thanks for the support. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. All right, let's go ahead and read this crazy article. Let's see what he actually said. Let's see. Lavar Burton, known for his role as Geordi LaForge in Star Trek and presenting in the children's show Reading Rainbow on PBS Kids, recently threatened to physically assault members of Moms for Liberty. According to Publishers Weekly, LaVar Burton hosted a National Book Awards, opened the ceremony by stating, "Before we get going, are there any Moms for Liberty in the house? No? Good. Then hands will not need to be thrown tonight." Okay, I'm not sure if he was saying that, just to be funny, but like I'm pretty sure in a way he does want to like.
Yeah, it's it's a half joke. That's and half serious. That's the tone that he's going for.
Yeah. Let's see. It's unclear why Burton threatened Moms for Liberty members, but Burton did recently give an interview to Esquire that was published the same day his remarks were given at the National Book Awards. In the interview, he was asked, "In all of your advocacy work, do you hear anything from young people affected by the book bans?" He responded, "Here's the thing. I think it's the responsibility of the adults in the room to advocate for those kids, because in many cases, they don't know what they are missing. And they won't know what they're missing because they won't get it, because these people are in some case being successful." He added, "One of the things I'm most thrilled about is that hardly any candidates backed by Moms for Liberty won their races. There are bright spots, but these are people who would rather children not know the truth. Those kids will never know what they're missing, but it's our job to stand up for them, to be their voices, to be and their advocates. That's what being an elder in a society means to me." Now, here's the thing, though. Who are you to say what those parents' kids should read or not read, right? Like, it's like, oh yeah, you should read this, you should read this. But the thing is that if those parents says, "Oh, I don't want my kid to be reading this," let's say if it's just like Goosebumps or something like that, or maybe, I don't know, Animorphs, if people still read those, right? It's who cares? It's the parents' kids, not your kids. Like, and if it's a library thing, like in my opinion, you have sexually explicit content in the school libraries? I don't think so, right? But the thing is that like if it is, you can't go into that section. I don't know, especially you're talking about young kids, right? I don't know, before I continue, I already see some suggestively like text over here. But what do you guys think about
I can
this
see
so
that.
far?
Well, he's a fucking liar. He started off pretty well. He was like, as elders in our society, we need to advocate for kids. I think Moms for Liberty was founded on that very principle.
Yep.
But the problem with these, Marxists is that they think that they're the only ones advocating for kids and for anyone, and that theirs is the right way. They don't realize that the enemies that they're up against also are advocating for them. And in this case, to keep them innocent. As far as him, when he goes on to say like, well, they'll never know what they're missing. Bullshit. You know why?
Yep.
Because kids, never mind the fact that porn is free on the internet. Never mind that kids, the current generation will be the most tech savvy generation in human history. Put that aside for a second. They grow up. The fact is kids grow up and they will discover things like sex. They will discover things like relationships and hooking up and all that is going to happen. Most parents, and I'm not a parent myself, but I have plenty of nieces and nephews, so I have family members that the thought of them, you only have so many years where they're innocent. And then eventually they're going to grow up and they're going to become, teenagers, and they're going to have to deal with all that stuff. I remember going through it. All of us remember going through that period. It's a bumpy ride. They're going to learn. And so you don't have to be the one to say, well, at 8 years old, we have to be the ones to guide. No, you don't. No, you don't. They're going to figure it out. And that's not even counting the fact that, remember I said fourth grade boys? The South Park kids are accurate representations of fourth grade boys. They will find the titties. They will find the ass. They will discover it on their own. They don't need your help. And in fact, thinking about it, if you want to be the adult in the room while the kids are looking at titties and ass, that's just weird. That's not just weird. That is one of those things where maybe we ought to take a look at your hard drive there, buddy.
Yeah.
Because so obviously he's a liar. And the question that Moms for Liberty always puts forth is, don't ask why you don't want kids to see the porn. Ask why you adults want an audience of children. That's the more important question.
Yeah. What about you, Grae? How do you feel? I think you're muted.
Yeah, it's color red. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. According to what Dan said, that's correct. But for me, it's like as an elderly blah 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 blah. I don't see that as a good way of articulating. I see that as a way of sugarcoating it. He's veiling it. He's trying to frame it in such a way like he's doing the right thing, but in actuality, he has that self-awareness that he's not. So I think of it's more malicious actually compared to how Dan described it. It's like you're trying to make it sound like you're incredibly principled, but in actuality, you have more selfish, nefarious reasons because you know that this is a child, early developing mind. So it's very easy to exploit them and do, yeah. There's gotta be something in your hard drives that you don't want people to see, or else you're gonna be behind bars for the rest of your days.
Yeah, let's see. Let's continue. According to the Moms for Liberty's website, what the organization opposes is sexually explicit material in school libraries. Their website notes they oppose books in school libraries that have graphic showings of sex acts not in a medical or educational way, extreme profanity, detailed descriptions of masturbation, oral, anal, and vaginal sex, forced oral sex, rape and sexual assault, incest, pedophilia, and the teachings kids of how to use sex apps and what websites to use. I think that everyone should vouch for this, to have that shit not to have to be in school, especially for young kids. I can see it maybe for like high school, right? If you like, people are discovering the sexuality and stuff like that, but during that time, people already know what it is. All right, but let's continue. Speaking with Newsweek last November, Moms for Liberty's co-founder Tiffany Justice told the outlet, "We are not looking to ban any books." She then referenced calls for Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett's book to be canceled. There were people that don't want the book to be published. That's banning books. Our moms are not saying write the book, publish the book, print the book, sell the book wherever you like to sell it, but just don't put them in a public school library if it has explicit sexual content in it, right? You have these gender queer stuff, these books that I saw all over the internet. People are basically showing how to like do these sexual acts, teaching kids how to use Grindr. Are you freaking kidding me, man? It's just, it's like
not even Tinder.
Yeah, it's not Tinder. Grindr. Yeah,
we're gonna make insane. You gay.
You got to, if you're gonna teach them anything about sex, it has to be gay sex, right? But yeah, it's insane, man. It's insane. Let's see. The organization also responded to Burton's threat, writing on X, "American moms weep as children's favorite Reading Rainbow calls for physical attacks against us because we were protecting the innocence of our children." They added, "Lavar Burton, why have you sunk so low? Threatening physical violence against women?" Right? Oh, man. Burton is no stranger to insane comments and threats such as this one. Back in 2021, he claimed that cancel culture was misnamed and should instead be called consequence culture. During an appearance on The View, of course, The View, Burton was asked about Dr. Seuss estate discontinuing 6 of their books. He said, "It's interesting because for the Seuss Foundation, did a voiceover for the video that they have put together to remind us that Dr. Seuss is more than simply a company that's decided to put a couple of books on the shelf to take them out of that rotation. That man, Theodore Giselle, Dr. Seuss, is responsible for generations of wholesome, healthy, wonderful, imaginative, creative content for children for all ages. And I think we need to put things in perspective, right?" A bunch of stuff was removed. If you guys don't know in the chat, a lot of things were removed because they think that Dr. Seuss was racist, or it's not okay to say these kind of things anymore. But yeah, he then addressed cancel culture. In terms of cancel culture, I think it's misnamed. That's a misnomer. I think we have a consequence culture, and the consequences are finally encompassing everybody in its society, whereas they haven't been ever since in this country. Yeah, this guy's a fucking crazy person, man. This guy's a crazy. Burton also previously indicated he assumes the worst in white people no more than they do of him. The user questions Burton, Is it possible that you just assume the worst about white people due to their race? He responded, no more that white people do for me because of mine. So yeah, what man, reading for books. And then he talks about, oh, we should have pornography for little kids. Overall, yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say he, and by he I also mean they, the purveyors of the message, the clergy, are very selective on what they want banned. They want pictures and words that are unacceptable, that are haram and blasphemous banned. But here's the new message that we're giving, and it's all porn. Porn good, racist depictions, and I wouldn't even say they're racist depictions, really. They're racist by today's standards, yes. But the lack of nuance for these things that happened in the past, a lot of these things that we call racist today were in their time actually very progressive.
Mhm.
Like, if you think about in the past, like if you ask a progressive, do you think things are more racist now than they were in the past? They have a hard time answering because they don't actually know. But the answer is obviously no. It was a lot more racist in the past, which means that even if you included what you would consider today to be a stereotypical picture of it was the Chinese guy. He had like the straw hat and the ponytail, and he was running in one of Dr. Seuss's books. I don't even consider that a racist drawing, just because I know what Chinese people at that time looked like.
Mhm.
That was the way they dressed. So, and if you think that back then it was like it was a more, white centric, if you want to call it that time, it was, but he didn't portray that person in a negative light. He portrayed him as a positive, as like, here's a bunch of people and this was included. So he was actually being inclusive for his time by not depicting him as something negative. So if you understand the nuances of history, then you understand that a lot of the stuff is just red herring and going back and trying to judge things based on today's standard, which, if you want to call it a standard, it's pretty fluid. But the point is that any morally normal, middle of the road, milquetoast person today, you send them back 500 years, and they're the most progressive person on Earth. You go forward in 500 years, they're the most repressive, conservative person on Earth. So you really can't. You have to judge these things according to their time. And as far as LeVar Burton being like, oh well, white people, judge me because of my race, not the ones who read.
Yep.
We're the ones judging you based on your words because we read.
Yep. Yeah, this guy's crazy. Yeah, but Grae, do you believe that this guy should be near kids?
Yeah, I was about to say, it's like my entire point is like, I sincerely hope that it's not yet too late for this guy, but I get the feeling that there is stuff. Yeah, as Dan said, there is stuff in his hard drives, because like as Jeremy says, right, the ones who talk the loudest have the most to hide. This guy is all that's 100% this guy, LeVar. So let's hope that it's not too late for him, and he needs mental help. I mean, that's all I have to say. Yeah.
Let's see. Let's read some comments. Let's see. Johnny Lightfoot says, "Oh hell no, f this guy."
Correct.
See, Nagy says, "Hollywood people are retarded without a script." Yeah, Holly weird. Yeah, this is a fun stream. Stay away from simp men. Yep.
That's for you, ladies.
Capitano says that thankfully he made is it Micah Burton, but both of their views are as bad as what they was done to 7 of 9's characters in the first 2 seasons of Picard. Yeah, I have not watched. Only watched the 3rd season, which is the best season, best season of Picard. Dan, did you watch Picard?
No.
Just watch the 3rd season. 3rd season's okay. It's pretty good.
Yeah, that's what I keep hearing, and I heard Andor is good too. No.
Yeah.
Sorry. And that's the sad thing, is that the apathy is so great at this point for those of us with disposable income. We're the old school fans that grew up with this stuff and have money to spend now. We should be the ones that they're appealing to. They fucked us over so many times that eventually we just had enough, and like, how often do you want to hurt me before I say, you know what, I'm walking away from this? And then, oh no, but we have this good thing. No, I've changed, baby. I've changed. I won't hit you again. No, fuck that. You see, if I see you again, I'm throwing you on the street. So yeah, no, I get it. I've heard great things. Andor's good, but Card season 3 is good. Our friend Dave, he keeps on. You gotta watch it. I get it. I understand. It was a good setup. I'm not doing it. I have no interest. Doctor Who's coming back with one of the original writers.
I don't care.
No, done.
Yeah, I don't care if you're bringing back David Tennant. I don't care. I'm not watching it.
Done.
Yep.
Can't keep hurting me.
Yep. See, unfortunately, most celebrities you like will probably hate you over in the West. You're not wrong.
Well, they hate the West. So if you're
Yeah.
in the West or a product of the West, they hate you. Period.
Yeah. Let's see. Marcus says Hollywood enter equals enter the pedoverse. Yeah. Surprisingly, there's a lot of weird people and especially with people who come across a lot of money and fame and fortune. Right. Most recently, who's that fucking giant lady that was trying to run for like mayor or governor, and she didn't make it, and she was on like Star Trek or something. God, what was her name? She's black.
Lady.
Big black woman. Like so like a Lizzo 2.0, but not as big.
Oh boy. Stacey Abrams?
Yeah.
There it is. Stacey Abrams. Thank you.
Gap 2.
Lizzo? Yo, not close. Lizzo.
Yeah, I was thinking Lizzo, but you said Star Trek though, so it's not Lizzo.
So
Lizzo was Star Wars. Get it right.
Yeah, that was Star Wars.
Get your fat black women right.
Stacey Abrams' brother was arrested for child trafficking, or I'm not sure child trafficking, but human trafficking.
Great.
Yeah.
That's about right.
So it's crazy. And there's a lot of people who are actually insane because they think that they have so much power or something like that. Gorlock the Destroyer? No, not that one.
No.
Not that one. That one's crazy. But yeah.
Gorlock's fat. She's not black. It's not black. That's
but yeah, it's just like holy crap, man. Like it's like you think that you have so much power and stuff like that. Like you can get away with like trafficking humans and stuff. Like what? And I'm pretty sure she's not going to say anything about it. Right? Like Stacey Abrams, she's not going to say anything. But yeah. Let's see. A Japanese pedophilia, manga, anime, games, and toys. Okay, I do agree. I think the lolly stuff is weird.
Yeah, agreed.
I think lolly stuff is fucking weird. I think Lalafels, sort of weird. Right? Lalafels in Final Fantasy 14, sort of weird. Okay, you shouldn't be like that. But yeah, there are people who are weird like that. But it is what it is, and it can't really change that shit.
Here's a quick question: Do the Japanese lolly fans go around lecturing everyone on how immoral they are for not accepting their tastes and their proclivities, or are they just busy, in their rooms?
I don't think they say anything. Like
I'm in the latter.
Yeah. That's the difference. Our pedophiles are loud, and they're in places of power, and they're rich, and they're constantly lecturing us, which I guess you call us normies in that respect, that we're wrong and we're bigots. And why you guys are bigot? Yes, I'm a bigot. I have a bias against sex with children. That's correct.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, closet pedophiles. Some of these guys are very loud. They're not. Most of these people they are, right? It's like who's that guy? Puck from Glee. He was arrested on child pornography, and then he was going to be sentenced to jail, but he killed himself before that happened. He
killed himself with 3 shots to the back of the head, or
no? It's I think he was supposed to. Yeah, he was supposed to go to jail for it, but I don't know, man. He got Hillary Clinton. I don't know.
he has the Epstein client list.
Probably not as much as Bill. Let's see. Marcus Pitts says bullying needs to make a comeback. Snowflakes will not exist anymore. Yeah. Wasn't it like Mike Tyson that says that people forgot what it feels like to be punched in the face?
Yeah, he said it, and then a little while later he demonstrated it. It's like social media has made people.
Well, he was on the plane, right?
Yeah. He said the problem with social media has made people too comfortable with disrespecting people without getting punched in the face for it. And within like a month, he was on a plane, and some YouTuber decided he's going to get in Mike Tyson's face, and then someone else recorded Mike Tyson beating the ever-loving shit out of the guy, and everyone in first class was just watching going, yep, you fucked around with Mike Tyson.
And fuck around and find out. Yeah.
If I go up to that bear and kick it in the nuts, if it catches me, it's going to eviscerate me, and no one's going to feel that.
Yeah. See, patriotic Gestalt says untimely knowledge gained only corrupts. It's like giving a loaded gun to an untrained individual.
I'd have to agree.
That's very
I
true.
mean, if you believe knowledge is power, then yeah, you can't just give power to an untrained person. Obviously.
Yeah. Yep. Are there frogs in that library? Probably. Yo, speaking of that, Dan, I know
Yes.
Grae, you watched me say, did you play New World
The Alex
Order
Jones
Wars
game?
yet?
The what? Huh?
The Alex Jones video game?
No. There's an Alex Jones video game. I played the Kyle Rittenhouse video game.
I'm sorry. Okay, I know there's a Kyle Rittenhouse one, but you did. I'm gonna share the video.
Okay. Yeah,
That
the Kyle
game-
Rittenhouse game is great, by the way.
That one was like a zombie shooter, right?
Yeah, it's acquitted. It's fantastic. It's hard
Let's
as hell.
see.
It's old school.
Let me see. Let me go to you can go to alexjonesgames.com.
Oh boy.
And so I'm going to show the trailer, and this trailer is ridiculous. I need to reduce the volume because he screams very loud in this trailer.
Is it just him filling up that jar that said he was right?
That would be hilarious. That would be hilarious.
Change
Okay.
into it, yeah.
All right, here we go. We're gonna show it live. I played it yesterday on stream.
live.
It was amazing, and he needs to make a part 2, in my opinion.
First came Pac-Man, Donkey Kong, and Super Mario Brothers. And now the ultimate retro nostalgia throwback game. I present to the world Alex Jones's New World Order Wars. They're turning the friggin' frogs game. I'll eat your ass. You Nazi scum. Let's free the Patriots and defeat the globalist tech geeks.
We are going to defeat the globalists very bigly.
This game is mostly peaceful.
Woo!
I'm going to lower the world's population. Oh, big deal. I'm taking you down, rapist.
I did not have sexual relations with that saxophone.
Download it now at alexjonesgames.com because, as we all know, anything badass gets censored.
That is badass.
Okay, so
Yeah. Oh boy.
yeah, so the game cost was originally 2024, but now it's 1776.
Perfect.
Yeah, so I played it yesterday. It's actually really, really good. It's so if you like Contra and you also like Metal Slug, imagine you put both of those games together.
I was gonna say this is Metal Slug, and I love Metal Slug. Metal Slug is one of my all-time favorites, and this is Metal Slug starring Alex Jones.
Yeah, so it's the only, like, I have some criticism with it, but overall I give it like an 8.5 out of 10.
Hey, indie games, man.
Yeah. So yeah, check it out. So I'm surprised you haven't heard about this game.
No, I have not.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
So
just
he
came out
wrote-
like 2 days ago, right?
yeah, it came out like 2 days ago. Yeah, it's very recent.
Can I find it on Steam?
It's not
No,
on Steam yet.
I searched on Steam, it's not there.
It's not there.
I
So,
don't think
so
Steam
you just go to his website, and it's basically a browser game.
Nice.
And you can play it. You can play it immediately on a browser, and it's not on Steam yet. I believe the people on his team is trying to get it on Steam, but I'm not sure if they'll allow it. Wait, is the Kyle Rittenhouse one on Steam?
Let me check real quick because I got it on Steam. I don't think Steam knew about it. Some people asked about it. It's called Acquitted. So if you look up, I'm gonna look it up right now, just because I have it. I got it right away. It's a lot like if those of you who had Super Nintendo played Zombies Ate My Neighbors.
Yeah, that game was amazing.
Or Smash TV. It's like that. So they don't name him. He's not named Kyle Rittenhouse. He's just a kid who was acquitted of murder and in self-defense case, and he's trying to get home from the courthouse, and he's being accosted by social justice zombies. And you have to fight your way through them. And that's it.
Yeah.
That's the whole game. So
the cool thing is that, like, the main character, like, it doesn't say he's Alex Jones, but of course it looks like him, right? And like one of the first like bad guys that you actually fight is a virgin billionaire.
Oh God.
Which is like, we already know who that is. He's like, he's throwing money at people. He wears glasses and he sounds like a nerd, And then the second villain is Dr. Fuker. It's amazing. It's amazing. But yeah, let's continue reading some comments.
Acquitted is still on Steam.
Okay, yeah, I believe if they have this on Steam, it'll be great. Like it'll probably reach more people.
Yeah, it'll do a lot. Yeah, definitely.
Take down the Antifa zombies.
Yep. See, Marcus Pitt says, does anyone else remember nobody got banned because he was gay? Gay is in the English language back in the day meant happy. Yep. Let's see. Vinzinger says, I want to ask if you guys heard about what's going on in Mappa. The studio? No, what's happening at Mappa?
Yeah, I don't know either.
Yeah. Let's see. Booming Bob says, the ones who preach the loudest have the most to hide. Yep.
It's almost like misdirection.
Yeah, true. Right. It's like that person is wrong.
Some of us are old enough to remember way back in the 90s when the Christian mega churches were coming out so hard against gay marriage, and turned out one of the head pastors of that mega church was actually just moonlighting, hiring male prostitutes and doing a ton of cocaine. So
really,
and he was out there really loudly. Some of us remember. None of this is new. Some of us are old enough to see, oh, it's all the old crap from the 90s, except it's just on the other side now.
So. Man, that's crazy. Let's see. Booming Bob says, nothing is perfect, but to be fair, but at least they don't hate your guts, or at least make good quality. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think it is what it is, man. Let's see. Yup, they call themselves out here, so I give them props because we know who to not let our kids around. Yeah, they're telling on themselves every day.
Yeah, Twitter and TikTok, they're just telling themselves, and now we know.
Yeah. Let's see. Wait, there's a Rittenhouse one? Why is this the first time I'm hearing it? All right, I'll pull that one up too. It's all called Quit It, right?
Acquitted, yep.
Game. Acquitted on Steam. Overwhelmingly positive. Damn.
Oh, it is good old classic arcade fun.
That is actually pretty cool. It's funny because you're fighting against these like LGBT
it's Antifa. You got
Antifa. You see the Antifa flag, and you see and you see the fucking the purple hairs and stuff.
Purple hair, land hovering toward. Yeah.
It looks really fun.
Yeah,
that's my type of game.
This is actually pretty cool.
You just pick up the controller and hit the button. Go. Yep.
Yeah.
Super fun.
How long is the game?
I don't know. I don't know that you can beat it.
Oh, it's like a survival game, right?
Yeah, you just
it's kind of like a Vampire Survivors. Imagine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. You get different grenades and stuff. Look at all the commie flags. It's so wonderful.
Yeah, the commie flags. You have the Antifa flag. Yeah, you got the communism flag right over there. That's actually pretty funny. Yeah, I'll probably check it out on since it's actually on Steam as well. Yeah, I'll probably check it out.
I don't know if it's this would be a type of I don't know if it's multiplayer, but imagine if it was. That'd be just hilarious.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying too for the Alex Jones one. That one, like if that was like multiplayer, like that'll be super good. Be super cool. Let's see. Trump kills me every time. I hope that is a real dialogue. Yeah, so he basically he comes on and he's like, this is gonna be huge. Like, and I wonder if they actually like got the actual voices, right? Because there's a lot of like other characters in the game too. And since Dan, I know you're gonna be playing it. Like, I don't want to ruin like what else is in the game. It's actually really cool. Yeah, I bought it. It's fun. Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. Like, I wish I had more stages, and I wish it was longer. See, Vinzinger says, yes, the studio. They did something that I'm not surprised, but since you know the work culture in Japan is. Wait, did they do some weird shit?
The way I can see the comments, it's something to do with them being overworked some more. That's how I understood it.
Oh, but that's their culture though. They get micromanaged a lot.
Yeah, it's like if you think this is bad, it's gonna get a lot worse. That's what chat is saying.
Yeah. See, plus Mappa CEO rushed the animators on the creation of Jujutsu Kaisen season 2. Oh, I see. I haven't seen that yet. I do want to watch it.
Didn't you hear about the mass shooting that happened in Japan?
Really?
Yeah, it was at an animation studio, and it happened to be one of these animation studios that decided that they were not going to be like the other ones. They were going to actually treat the animators well, limit the amount of time they're at the office, pay them competitively. They were trying to do the right thing, and then one of their employees gets fired or whatever, comes back and shoots up the place.
Oh
So
wow.
so no good deed goes unpunished. It's like we're gonna try to do it the right way, and you motherfuckers are gonna try to kill us for it. So you know what?
Yeah.
Screw it. We're gonna work. The reason we're
Wait.
working you 20 hours a day is so that you're too tired to come back and shoot us.
How long was that ago?
Yeah,
Oh, I don't know. I think it was last year.
It sounds like the employee got fired because of competency reasons, not because of they're trying to do the right thing. But the way you said it.
No. I mean, the company itself is trying to create a culture where
Yeah.
it's not working you to death.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah,
the
it's like-
employee comes back and kills them.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
wow.
I think he got the way you said it, he got fired because he wasn't doing a good job,
Yeah.
not because of the company culture thing.
Right. Well, obviously, a company culture that wants to help, do things right still needs you to be competent. Still needs you to do your job. So,
Yeah.
Andy just asked Japan. They didn't have guns. The funny thing about laws is that criminals don't follow them.
Yeah, right here. Let's see. So I'm just gonna read it really quick. This is a couple years ago. Kyoto Animation was an arson attack. It wasn't a gun.
Oh, arson. It wasn't a
Yeah,
gun.
he tried to burn the
There you
studio
go.
down, and then the animation it kills 33 people.
Oh, God.
Killed more people than a mass shooting. Sorry.
Yeah, like if they allowed guns, like Shinzo Abe probably wouldn't have I don't know. Abe was assassinated, so
Yeah.
it's like fucking crazy. Yeah, so yeah, this arson thing happened 2019.
2019.
Let's see. Just added Acquitted to my Steam wish list.
Sweet.
Next day off. I'm going to be playing that, and the Alex Jones NWO game going to be a blast. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. And then of course, let's see. Hold on, I think I missed it. Let's see. Peekaboo says, "Are you gay?" What? Why are you gay?
Why are you gay?
Oh man. See, patriotic gestalt with off topic. Ever heard of a Japanese YouTube named Random Yoko 2? She's on now, and it would be nice for you guys to do a team up. I don't know who that is. I have to see. I might know who this person is, but I don't mind doing like collaborations and stuff.
Oh
like
my
that,
God.
but-
See, I didn't think you guys could get more Asian than when you had X-Ray Girl on, but if you get Random Yoko and X-Ray Girl, oh.
That'd be crazy. So Random Yoko 2.
Yeah. What's her content?
She Japanese religious group leader dies. APEC. It looks like this news.
It would
Okay,
depend.
so
If she's into pop culture stuff.
yeah, so over here, see Yoko, aka Random Yoko, was born and raised in Japan, lived here her entire life. Best known for YouTuber. She's a writer, speaker, advocator. Trivia. She's a good pianist and an absolute pitch. Plus, she's also does abstract art. Her political thoughts and are conservative and realist. Okay.
This is more like it depends on her thing, in my opinion, given her large following.
Yeah, she has like 50,000 subscribers, and we have like
Yeah,
what,
we have like
2?
yeah. It would depend on her. It's like
Yeah.
it's like for me, it's like I don't want to reach for the much bigger content creators because like chances are they're really busy already as is.
Yeah,
That's how I
fact,
see it.
the fact that we were able to get like drunk 3PO on was like crazy.
Mhm.
Right, and then we get like X-Ray Girl and like a lot of these people, and like I'm fine for like trying to reach out to bigger content creators, but like there's a high chance of them saying no, and we're too busy, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm making a reference to the viral video. Are you gay? Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. I actually remember that. Let's see. Yakuza isn't really a thing, but they had both guns and blades. I think like Yakuza, like I don't know, like the whole tattoo things. Like I'm not sure what's happening with that though. Let's see. Andy says it's not about the size of the following; it's about how you use it. Damn. Coming from a Chinese person, that's true. Very true. Very true and very true and real. All right. So have you guys since the strike is over, and people are like doing stuff now. Are you guys planning to go watch like any movies, like in the theaters?
Nah, honestly,
no.
nah.
No, right?
I'm so fixated on anime lately.
Anime is way better. It's
Yeah.
way better. So the reason I do want to talk about this, we're going to gloss over this really quickly, but this is from Forbes. Box office woes: Hunger Games, Trolls, and The Marvels on pace for the lowest grosses in franchise history. So yeah, I didn't notice, but Rachel Zegler is not the main character in this movie. She's like a side character.
They make it seem
I
like
mean-
she is though.
Yeah, they make it seem like she's the main character.
Yeah.
Right, so
it's-
Hunger Game, The Ballad of Songbirds, Snakes gross 5 million in domestic previews.
Oof.
Well, that's really bad.
Yeah.
And then Deadline and Variety reported putting a long-awaited prequel on pace for the movie's franchise's worst weekend opening. Though it's not only the box office disappointment this weekend, the Trolls band together and the Marvels underperformed. Despite the $100 million budget, this movie only was projected to gross between 50 and 60 million during its opening. That puts us well behind the 2012's Hunger Games, which grossed about 152 million in its first weekend. Wow, that's
Yeah, it's really bad.
Here's the thing, though. Do you think it's Rachel Zegler's fault, or do you think that no one cares about Hunger Games anymore?
Yeah, it's like Moist Critical made a review on that. It's like the entire, even the book was written solely because they want to make a movie out of it and try to milk it out. That's why it's like, or no, was it disprove? It's like the problem is, yeah, if you, it can work, but chances are it won't, because like, yeah, you need to have to build a story based on passion. If it really drives the franchise forward, but if it's purely for a monetization reason, yeah, that's what's happening right now. It's not gonna be good, and it as per Charlie, it says it should have been divided into 3 movies because the final act was so convoluted, was so messed up. It's like it didn't really get anywhere. It was so confusing what was happening, and the characters weren't really fleshed out. So yeah, this could be, well, if this is not the final big profile movie for Ziegler, probably Snow White will. That's why I would say.
No, and then you have Trolls. I didn't even watch the first one. I didn't even know that movie was good or anything like that. The fact that it had a sequel. Wow. Well, meanwhile, Troll only pulled in 1.3 million at the box office in previews and projected to bring in roughly 30 million in this weekend, putting it behind 2016's Trolls, which pulled in for the 6.5 opening and has gone a total of 153. So that's from DreamWorks. And then Disney's The Marvels, of course, the lowest grossing domestic weekend opening, grossing just 47 million domestically, a drop in the bucket of a 357 million Avengers Endgame in 2019. Man, it's not looking good. It's not looking good. I think the thing is no one cares about sequels if you have I don't think anyone really cares about Trolls, but I don't think Rachel Zegler is one of those type of names. Like, she's not going to bring in a crowd. I don't think Brie Larson's toes are pretty enough to bring in a crowd, and I don't think Trolls is good either. I know Justin Timberlake is a part of it, but did you guys watch Trolls at all?
Nah.
I did. My nieces and Chris's nieces actually both the Trolls, and fun movies. They're a little bit, I would say, sensory overload's a pretty good word for it. A lot of fun singing and dancing, but it's something for the kids. It's obviously not something I would go out rush out to say, oh, it was so good, but it wasn't terrible. But I can see why parents, after like, how many Trolls movies have there been? Maybe 3, 4, and then there's like they have an animated series, and they're very popular. But I can see why parents eventually just say, no, we're not seeing another Trolls movie. It's like going to a rave for kids. It's just nonstop noise and light and a lot of story wise, it's whatever. It's pretty middling, but the animation's great. The character, I didn't think that you could actually make those little troll dolls appealing at all, and they did. They actually made some pretty fun, if not annoying, like really annoying characters. So if that's all that's on, then and you have kids, then sure. But I would say there's plenty of other animated movies and shows that are better and won't annoy the crap out of you. So
Yeah. So see, so Troll. So I didn't even know they had a second movie in 2020, man. I mean, man, I've been really out of it. But yeah, Hunger Games prequel based on the Suzanne Collins. No one gives a shit. Yeah, Marvel still managed to top box office last weekend. Nia DaCosta's Captain Marvel highest release for a Black woman director, grossing nearly 117 million worldwide data. So that's the it's yeah. But the thing is that like overall that's it's like imagine the first female-led Black woman director MCU movie is the lowest grossing MCU movie of all time. It's like that's going to be on your resume.
Yep.
here's your participation trophy. Yeah, good job for that accomplishment.
Yeah,
you set a low bar.
Good, nice try, right? But yeah, this is movies are not these movies. I like these sequels. I don't think people really care for them right now. I think the only sequel that people are actually like, hey, I'm going to watch that is the ones that doesn't seem to be, it's the only one that the people are actually waiting for is Deadpool 3. Right. And of course, Dan, you're the biggest Deadpool fan I know. Are you looking forward to that?
The second one was not nearly as good as the first one. And I don't say that with any kind of glee, because yes, I am the biggest Deadpool fan. I am the biggest Rob Liefeld fan. But
if you guys don't know, Dan hates Deadpool.
I hate the fact that the movie was so good. Like I love.
Oh yeah, you mentioned that last time. Yeah,
I loved Deadpool, and I hated the fact that I loved it just because I never liked the character, and I certainly didn't like the artist. Not personally, it was nothing personal against him. He actually has a very good story. Like I learned about his life, and I was like, okay, he's pretty respectable as far as his accomplishments. I just never was a fan of his art. I never was a fan of. I didn't really like the Jim Lee style. When I was collecting comic books back in the '90s when I was in high school. That's when Jim Lee and that's when Todd McFarlane first hit, and then suddenly, like DC, I was collecting DC comics. They had a more classic look. You had like the old school comic look. But then Todd McFarlane hit and Jim Lee hit and X-Men and Spawn, and suddenly everyone wanted to copy them.
Yep.
And it was very annoying for me because I did like the old school look, right? And then I remember seeing, I didn't know it was Rob Liefeld at the time, but I remember seeing a DC annual. It was the Eclipso series, and there was a comic book that looked like it was someone trying to draw like Jim Lee and Todd McFarlane, but they couldn't draw. So it was a bad imitation.
Yep.
And I remember being like I was a sophomore or something in high school. I was so annoyed at that. I'm like, first of all, it's bad enough that DC tries to copy Marvel. They shouldn't. They should be their own thing. Second, not only did you try to copy Marvel, you copied them badly. Like whoever this artist is, and I didn't know it was him at the time, it was so ugly, and it was just clearly just trying to be them. And then I find out later that, not only is he trying to be them, he was hired by them, and he joined, Todd McFarlane and Jim Lee, and they created Image, and then he went on to create Deadpool, which somehow was the most coolest character because he breaks the fourth wall and he shoots people. Like, yeah, that's called Lobo. Lobo was around 10 years before that and was way better, but no one cares and no one knows.
Yeah.
And then I looked at him. It's like, wait a minute, he's Spider-Man and he's Spider-Man and he's Spawn and he's Wolverine and he's Snake Eyes all rolled into one. This is just a Frankenstein character. And I was just annoyed at it. Like, didn't like it. And then it just got super popular. And that's about the time I stopped, not because of him, but I stopped collecting comic books. And then years later, I find out that a movie's coming out. I'm like, this fucking guy. So I went to go see the movie, kind of hate watching it. And I just couldn't help it. The movie was so good. Ryan Reynolds was perfect. And everything about it was great. It was one of the best. And Gina Carano, of course, shows up. And I was always a big fan of hers all the way back in the Haywire days. If you guys haven't seen Haywire, go watch Haywire. It's one of Gina Carano's first action movies. It's awesome. So I knew who she was. And when I saw her, I was like, oh, yes. And it was just so damn good. And by the end of it, I was like, I wish I didn't love that movie so much. And the second one wasn't as good, but it was still fun. And I'm hesitant about the third one. It'll be nice to see Hugh Jackman again, but at the same time, I just don't have a lot of faith that. I mean, Ryan Reynolds is at the helm of it, but I don't know how much control he has, and I don't know that it's not going to be a shit show. So I'm skeptical.
It has to tie into the MCU somehow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So that's the only thing, right? Like it is going to be the MCU's first rated R superhero movie, but like how rated R are we getting? Are we getting the same type of like violence and like adult humor that we got in both the first two movies, or is it going to be like a neutered version of it, right? But it's wait, what? Patriotic Gestalt says, off topic, I think random Yoko 2 just subscribed to you. I super chatted your name to her. What? Yeah, you didn't have to do that. Isn't she live right now?
For all we know, she's viewing us right now, but hopefully not.
Okay, yeah. So random Yoko, if you're in the chat, hi.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, check us out if you think we can collab at some point. If not, then it's totally cool too.
I'm not affiliated with Project Eggroll, just to be clear.
Basically, Dan's gonna be like, just letting you know, he comes in the chat, just letting you know, I'm against hate. just exactly like how just exactly how what's it called again? Zack Snyder popped into thing.
No, what I was gonna say was I actually checked out her channel just to see if the headlines stuck out to me, if I could get a feel for what she does, and I don't read foreign, so I hope she's cool.
Yeah. Yo, thank you so much for the 5, and thank you so much for reaching out to her and like super chatting her. Thank you so much for that, Patriotic Gestalt. Let's see, Andy says we need a Gina cut of that movie that canceled her puppies thanks to Colossus. Yeah, his fucking hands got in the way. This piece of shit, Colossus. That's just me being a Coomer again. Sorry. You know, Dan, you know what scene we're talking about, right?
Oh yeah. That was right before she hit him in the balls.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. You're so kind. Boom, nut shot.
Yeah, that's the second movie, right?
That's the first one.
First one.
I need to watch them again before the third one.
It's so good. The first Deadpool was amazing. And here's the thing: if you guys don't know, of course, I used to work at Fox, and we had Fox Games, and the game that I work on, if you guys don't already know, is a Marvel game. And during our town hall, we were in Marina Del Rey. We had a town hall, and every Fox Next group got brought in there because they're all working on games. And we were talking to one of the co-writers of Deadpool 1. He's up there along with the CEO and stuff like that, and a bunch of people that are up there. And they're like, all right, cool. And as a surprise, here's, we got a surprise for everyone. And then they brought Ryan Reynolds. He was on the big screen. And he talked about how he tricked one of the executive producers at Fox to have to talk about and force his hand to make the Deadpool movie. There several years ago, I think it's like 2014, 2013, there was a early cut of the freeway scene where he jumps down into the car, he kills a bunch of people, and at the end, like the window rolls up and the head pops up and he talks and he goes, "Hi, Dave," or Mark, or whoever it was, right? He was talking to that person, that executive producer, which is pretty cool because they talked about like how they got the movie made. And they basically forced his hand. And Ryan Reynolds himself and his team, his small team, and the animators are like, we're going to release this online. And it was actually Ryan Reynolds. He didn't basically like admit to it, but like during that meeting where he was talking directly to us, he says, yeah, I leaked that footage myself. So that early cut, which is pretty crazy, right? Like it's pretty damn cool where he's like, yeah, I leaked that thing myself. It's because I really, really wanted to get this movie made. And the fact that we got a resounding like yes, please make this movie, like a resounding yes from the fans, people who are fans of Deadpool and how they screwed up his character in the Wolverine movie. Like he was like, it's good. And then of course it took him how long to make the movie? Like 6 years later, then that movie came out. But it's good. You know, I think the first movie was good. And I really hope that this Disney version of Deadpool, you know, they're bringing back Hugh Jackman. He's going to be in the yellow suit. I heard there's going to be a crap ton of cameos. I heard they're bringing in I heard Dazzler might be in it, which is
That's my worry too. It's like
Yeah.
if you bring in so many cameos, how much time do they actually have on the screen? Will they have adequate time to develop? It's like it feels like they're gonna mash so many characters, it's not gonna stick the landing,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Yeah, see, hose a taco. Did I miss what you call an Asian nerd? Yes, but we can say it again. So, we talked about it earlier. For people who are coming in right now, I was in Drunk 3PO's chat earlier, and he asked me, "What do you call a Chinese nerd?" Right? Because I think a black nerd is called like a blurred. So then we talked about it, and we're like, you just call them Chinese because they're nerds already. Right? But you can't call us what churds? That sounds so
Yeah,
weird.
that's something. Yeah,
That's really close to chode, and that's not something you want to call someone. That's not great.
Yeah, you don't want to call them chodes for sure. But yes, but yeah, it's that. But Andy, going back to this one, they're not going to give us that. They're not going to give us that. Not even a director's cut, or no, they're not gonna give any of us that. But all right, so we're gonna talk about a couple. One more thing. All right, so Disney is coming out with a animated movie, and it's coming out during Thanksgiving, I believe. Right? It's called Wish. Have you guys heard of it?
I've heard of it. I have no idea what it's about, nor do I care.
Yeah, I don't care about it either. So let's go ahead and talk about it. This comes to us from Polygon of all sources. And the actual title is actually pretty funny. Wish is a pale imitation of the better Disney movies that came before it.
Boy,
And this
there
from
is
Polygon.
blood in the water, isn't there? Ever since the Pandaverse episode where they lightly roasted Disney and Lucasfilm and Kathleen Kennedy, since then, all of a sudden, these shill media outlets have all decided that it's okay to criticize the crap, boring product that Disney is shouting out.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah. So are you guys going to watch this movie?
Does chat want us to?
Oh my god. I'm not sure if I want to watch that movie actually.
Yeah, I'd rather stick to the anime I'm watching right now.
Dan, you're probably going to be watching with like your nieces and nephews, right?
Yeah,
I might end up having to eventually. I'm not going to the theater with them, but there'll be a babysitting day where we'll probably have to sit down. Although I don't know. One of the nieces did wonder why the live action Ariel wasn't. She said wasn't right.
All right. So now someone in the chat did say, Calvin says, your internet dad at Film Threat already reviewed it. Yeah. So I'm gonna share this really quick. This is what he said. My review of Wish, I found it sadly lacking as a tribute to Disney's 100-year legacy. The animation felt off, the music forgettable, failing to capture the Disney magic. A visually unique art style and a noteworthy villain can't save a flat story and characters. Yeah, and that's from Alan Ning. Yeah, like he was able to watch the movie earlier in advance, and he reviewed the movie, and he says it's forgettable. And that's the thing, right? The art style looks pretty cool. I believe I know who the artist is. I believe I do follow the artist on Instagram. He does good work. But the thing is, if even Polygon is roasting it, then that means that this movie is not good. Right? All right, let's go ahead and read this. The Walt Disney Company turned 100 this year, and the studio's newest movie, Wish, is meant to commemorate that anniversary with a celebration of all things Disney magic. From Frozen director Chris Buck and Raya the Last Dragon story head Fawn, I'm not going to pronounce that last name, with a screenplay by Disney animation chief creation officer Jennifer Lee and Disney newcomer Allison Moore. Wish is all about twinkling stars in the night sky and the one many Disney hero has wished upon, perfectly collaborated for a Disney magic. Except that this movie is a little too perfectly calibrated, which feels like what you get if you ask for a group of C-suite executives armed with Chat GPT to come up with a Disney movie that would please everyone. The prompts is bring back traditional Disney villains, give us songs that sound like big Disney hits. We want a sweet family relationship and also some kooky friends and also goofy animal sidekicks. Throw in a few inoffensive butt jokes for the kids and a lot of Easter egg references to previous Disney movies.
Ouch.
That is pretty funny. That's a pretty funny review.
Mm-hmm.
Man, this is like, so you got so basically a butt of the joke and ass as a donkey, right? So this is
Wait, real quick. I think it was either on FNT or one of the other panels where they were doing the translator for the shill media. So when the shill media says the movie is the most important, it's going to save lives, it's going to be the best movie you saw, it means it's going to be a mediocre movie. If the shill media says the movie's going to be middling, it's going to be okay, it's going to be the worst movie you've seen. So what's that mean when the shill media says this is a bad movie? This is so bad and boring and flat. Like, how bad is this?
I do want to see if they have anything on Rotten Tomatoes already. So let's see. Wish. See. Let me see if
I'm
they
expecting
have...
it to be fresh.
Oh, that's what you thought.
Wow.
Okay, click on it. I get it's 58. It's only 2%. It's so easy for them to manipulate that to make it 62 again.
They could basically hire some bots or pay some people and make it go up 2% to make it fresh.
Yeah, they're gonna make it 62 again. Like the Marvels, like there's another one recently that also had a 62% rating. So it's gonna be the same for this one.
Sorry, Calvin, yes, that is a go, not an ass. Sorry. But yeah, it's very close. They could potentially save it, right? Which takes place in the kingdom of Rosas, a Mediterranean island ruled by the sorcerer King Magnifico, Chris Pine. Magnifico guards the citizens' wishes, more accurately, their hopes and dreams, which manifest as glowing balls of light that they willingly rip out of their chest and hand over to Magnifico when they turn 18. They immediately forget what their wishes were and thus lose part of their individuality. But they have all been indoctrinated to believe that that is okay, because if they give their wishes to the king, there's a tiny chance that they might someday choose to grant a few of them. Spunky 17-year-old protagonist Asha, Ariana DeBose, is also passionately patriotic and devoted to her king that she interviews to be his apprentice. Her friends, however, accuse her of having a secret agenda. If she gets a job, it's more likely that she'll be allowed to realize her own wish, and her family members, including her 100-year-old grandpa, will get theirs granted as well. Yeah, so I think the last Disney animated movie I've seen, like not Pixar, but actual Disney, was probably Frozen 2. And do you think this movie is going to make any money? Like, I'm assuming it's coming out in a couple of weeks or so.
Yeah, I don't think so. It's like, given how ill repute Disney has been, I don't think so. Unless there's gonna be a huge word of mouth. Oh, it's so good. It's really But yeah, we already saw a review that it's subpar.
That's the only, you just hit it on the head. If they're not promoting it, I haven't seen really any commercials for it. I haven't seen much of anything. And so if it's a great movie, maybe it's a fantastic movie, and word of mouth will spread it. Maybe it'll start off slow, but then it'll get legs, and all of a sudden everyone's like, everyone's got to go see this movie and bring their kids. I don't know. That could happen. I doubt it's going to happen. Disney has frankly lost its way. It's 100 years old, and a company isn't a person. A company is like groups of people, and there've been generations that have come and gone, and the generations that knew how to make these things and tell stories and make people love their stories that they told and the characters they made, they're all gone. and they've been replaced by this new generation that has no idea what it's doing.
Yep.
They don't know why not only do they not know what they're doing, they don't know why people like these things. They hold the fans in contempt. They've made that perfectly clear multiple times. They look at people, the average person, the family member, the mom and dad. They look at them as the enemy. They look at them as problematic. They're a bunch of wallets with pigtails on them, and they're just consumers. They're a bunch of consumers, and we just got to make product for them to consume. And
Yeah,
they
make product and consume product.
consume product
Don't
and get
ask questions.
That's how
Stop
they
asking questions.
Yeah. And if you don't like it, well, obviously there's a woman of color as the main character, and so obviously if you don't like it, you just don't like female characters and female protagonists and women of color. So it's all a shield. It's a DIE shield that they use to shield from their incompetence.
Yeah. Like, I'm not going to continue reading the article, but overall, I think, 100% you're right. Right. If this movie does not do well, they're going to blame the men again. You guys, you know, are afraid of strong women and stuff like that. It's like, look, Frozen 2 made $1 billion, man. What the fuck are you talking about? Right. So,
and Frozen 2 was not a good movie, and neither was Frozen 1, frankly.
Like, if you're talking about which Frozen I prefer, I prefer the first one. I think the first one has better songs, but some people in the chat might disagree. However, I think the best Disney 3D movie out there would probably be Tangled. I think Tangled is probably the best one.
Yes, Tangled was actually a gem. It was really good.
Yeah, I like Tangled a lot. And yeah, so I'm gonna finish this last paragraph right over. Oh, these last two paragraphs. Let's see. Wish was supposed to be Disney's big 100-year celebration built on a legacy of movies that came before it, but it clings to the past with an iron grip. That past is safe. It's nostalgic. It makes easy money. But sticking hard to what came before never served Disney well. The studio has historically tried some big swings. Sometimes it sticks to landing and ushers in new Disney renaissance. Sometimes it pushes its fans past their comfort zone and produces projects that are slow to find an audience. But it's even supposed failures like Strange World, Treasure Planet, Atlantis, The Lost Empire, tells new stories, tries different things, and have a lot of soul. Wish doesn't. Wish plays every element of its story, songs, and styles so safe that it ends up reading like a parody of a Disney movie and not even in a fun way, like Enchanted. When the credits roll on Wish, the images accompanying the names aren't from the movie itself, but the usual Disney style. Instead, there are sparkling golden constellation style outlines of classic and obscure Disney characters from the past Disney movies. That's essence of Wish. Just the faintest sketch of a very good movie that preceded it without much else to add. Man, basically all fluff, no substance. That's crazy.
And banking on nostalgia. It's just more nostalgia bait.
Yep.
Look how good we were is what they're actually telling us. Look how good we used to be. Remember when you loved us? Remember when we used to make really great stuff? Yeah, that was awesome.
That's sad, man. Well, I'm not gonna watch it. Grae, I'm assuming you're not gonna watch it.
Probably not.
Maybe if it's like for free or something like that.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe if it's for free or some shit. But someone mentioned that in the chat that Alpha Core just hit a 1 million.
Boom.
I have the website pulled up. And it looks like Alpha Core just hit 1 million.
Nice.
In total sales. That's what I love to see, man. The official animated trailer. I have not seen the official one yet. I've only seen the trailer. I mean, the teaser trailer. You guys cool if we check it out?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Is there can I go on YouTube? There it is. Is the audio coming in your end?
Nope.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's just me, but I do not see the YouTube video.
Yeah, I don't see the YouTube.
I only
audio
see
coming
the
in?
campaign.
Oh no! Oh shit! I'm an idiot. There it is. Sorry. We'll start over.
There we go.
Here we go.
Yep, I can hear it.
Floorspar can be an unpredictable city. Affluency doesn't mitigate its
I like
problems.
that pigeon. It looks great.
I have seen this.
In some ways, it amplifies them. This is why we're deployed. but we've seen better days.
Oh. Ooh.
Look at that Chad.
Yeah, look at that strong jawline.
Then why are we just now debriefing?
This mission is not complete.
I only know of her. Our lack of data collection is a problem.
Valdez, I'm aware of your investigative talents. Braxwell spoke highly of you, and that's why you're on this team.
I like the art style. Looks good.
Yeah.
Local law enforcement handles itself very well. But there are those with ability.
Ice
Ooh, let's go.
Some believe themselves to be good. Others don't even attempt to act as if they are. Either way,
Cool.
we're involved.
Ooh, that was cool.
That's a cool villain. I like
Not
that
everyone
design a lot.
will agree with our status. But that can be said
A
for
little
anything.
too loud, Jack.
May I remind you both,
Oof.
we're Alpha Core, and failure is not what we do.
That's so cool.
Man, all my childhood of Saturday morning cartoons, and that just all came back. That looks
Yeah,
so,
that's so that's
Yeah.
man. I'm hyped, man. Like that looks so sweet. You know, and of course, congratulations on Rippaverse and Eric July and all the success, man. Fucking 1 million. That was quick. And like I believe that even Tim Pool talked about it in one of his segments, and talking about like how like the success that you know, Eric July is having. It's like that's freaking awesome. And it comes from a place of passion and the fact
Yeah,
that like yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, well, you know, the ingredient that's missing is love. He loves this stuff clearly, and he wants to make things that other people will love, and that's
Mhm.
why it hit 1 million, because the fans are there, and they are starving for something good.
Yeah.
You know, and when Eric July started Rippaverse, one of the first things he did was come out with kind of the, you know, every company has like a mission statement, and it's supposed to be like your fundamental principles, and most of the time it's just there and they don't really live by it. And one of the reasons they don't live by it is because they don't actually like tell anyone. It's like a secret. His wasn't a secret. He came right out and said, you know, we're not going to disrespect you. We're going to give you things that you're going to love. You're going to love this stuff. You know, we are fans first. You know, he made it very clear where they were coming from.
Mhm.
And that's online, and anyone can watch that. And because of that, it's like everyone who joins him seems to join him with that in mind. Like we are fans. This is the stuff we like. I just said my Saturday morning cartoons, right, from my childhood. That's what it looks like. It looks like Spider-Man and Friends. It looks like X-Men. You know, something that you would if you were a kid again, and even as an adult with an inner child, which is what fans are. We fans have inner children that we want, that we now have the disposable income to spoil. But there's nothing, you know, the people that are supposed to be making the stories and making the characters, they don't like us. They don't want us. They want the new fans. They want a different fan, the better fan. Well, we don't just go away because you send us away. We're still out there, and you know, this is fantastic. The fact that independents, and especially someone like Eric July, who clearly loves his stuff and clearly is a fan, and everyone working with him is a fan, you know, and then it hits $1 million. Why? Because that's economics. There's millions of people out there who want it and are happy to hand over their money for it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's fucking awesome. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Like I want to see animation come out, you know, like it's It's you know, I love animation, and yeah, this sort of reminds me of yeah, like Saturday morning cartoons, a little bit like Batman Beyond style. Like I love it. Like
Yeah, and I guess for the later generations, because I'm Gen X, for the later generations, it'd be after school cartoons like Justice League, Batman animated series. You
yeah.
know, that's the kind of stuff that would probably be the 30-year-olds, right? So
Yeah. What about you, Grae? You excited for this?
Yeah, it's like, yeah, as Dan said, there's just so short of supply of products that are meant to entertain that it's not surprising that the Rippaverse is successful as it is now, because like you're it's a it's hitting it in the head. It's like we're so sick of the woke stuff, the garbage stuff, the garbage content that the current creators in these big conglomerates are doing, that we just wanted to be back like the good old days, where it's good storytelling, compelling characters, that believable, grounded characters that have become extraordinary, and we want to see them in their journey from beginning until end. And that's simply what that's the only thing that Eric July did, is like cater to that audience. And look how successful he's become, just because that was his end goal in mind. It's because of his passion and love for that. That's all he needed to do, and now look where he is. And that's
Yeah.
I'm very, very happy to see that.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. But yeah, yes, someone said mention like having Chuck Dixon on, it's crazy. Yeah, like he worked on Punisher. Like, oh man, like he was on Marvel, he went to DC, and
yeah,
it's crazy, right? And he was on G.I. Joe. Like it's awesome. And I'm glad like he worked on Conan. Like, holy shit, man, this guy is a fucking legend. Right. And that's fucking awesome. It's fucking awesome. Yeah, I worked on Batman as well. Oof, that's gonna be awesome. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it for sure.
Speaking of love, by the way, this is a complete sidetrack, but we recently, if anyone has Apple TV, there's a new Snoopy show, and we watched it. The wife and I watched it, and we both just were laughing and smiling the whole time, because it's one of those rare gems. I guess maybe a lot of people don't have Apple TV, so sometimes when people are allowed, because no one's looking to make something and no one's really watching, no one's talking about it, they can get away with doing it excellently. And the Snoopy show on Apple TV is really a love letter to Charles M. Schulz. Charles M. Schulz is no longer with us, but the people making it clearly love the Peanuts, and it's all new episodes. It's not they're not retelling or remaking anything. Completely new episodes, very fun, a little 11-minute shorts, but it is so appealing. If you have kids in your life, introduce them to the Peanuts. This will be probably the 5th or 6th generation that the Peanuts will be around. And it's clear from watching it that the people making it love Snoopy, love Charlie Brown, love the Peanuts, love Charles M. Schulz. You can tell when they love it, because it comes out. You can tell when they despise it and despise you, because it also comes out. So I recommend everyone, if you can do it, check out the Snoopy show on Apple TV. We need these shows that are just filled with that kind of love for the characters and for the fans.
Yeah, and not like Velma.
And not like Velma's the opposite, where they hate you and they hate the originals.
Yeah. In the Punisher comics.
And the Punisher go, oh, he's not going to use guns no more.
Yeah, we're going to retire the original, and
what's the meme? They changed him just a little bit.
Yeah. Stupid. See, Jose Taco says Frozen 2 made $1 billion because of the movie's first movie success. 3 will fail. Yeah, I think so too, but there are going to be people who are like going to want to watch it. But here's the thing though. Who are fans of like Frozen? Like, how old are they now? Like my youngest sister, she's 13. That Frozen 1 came out 10 years ago.
Oh,
right. So that came out. So yeah, it came out 10 years ago. So the people who are going to be into Frozen are going to be new kids. So I don't think, and the fact that we did hear that, they're going to be putting they're going to be making Elsa gay, and she's going to, relinquish her she's basically, Anna's going to be relinquishing her her kingdom and giving it to Elsa and her new girlfriend. and then they're going to be the first, lesbian or gay princess or queens or whatever. So it's going to be super weird. But yeah,
Well-
I hope that one fails though.
Well, from the first movie, we all know that Anna's big superpower is giving away the entire kingdom to random people. One of the reasons I
Yeah.
hated the movie was that, like, I get it if you're 3 and 4 years old, it's very pretty, and the songs are great, and the girls are awesome. But it's like if you're an adult and you're watching this, I'm just pulling my hair. I'm like, this is the worst run kingdom in history. She is a super weapon. The guy who's supposed to be the bad guy who's trying to hunt down Elsa, he's right. He's right. She's a threat. And you just gave away the entire kingdom to nobody. It's like, ugh.
Yep. See, Jose Taco says, did you watch Monarch on Apple TV?
I want to. We tried, but for some reason, Apple TV crapped out on us, so we might try again. It looks like fun, but I'm a little worried because the main character seems really annoying. So hopefully she's not too annoying. But we couldn't quite get through the beginning just because, again, Apple TV crapped out on us and it lagged really badly. So I want to hope that maybe it lagged out because everyone was watching at the same time. But we'll try again.
Yep.
We'll try again, and hopefully she's not. Something about whenever they try to put like an Asian lead girl, they always pick a weird looking one.
Yeah, like
I don't know why.
like Aquafina.
Oh, we just watched Renfield, and I loved Renfield, except Aquafina was so irritating.
I didn't even know she was there.
Movie, but I'm sure they didn't put her like in the promo materials. Nick Cage saves the movie. He's like a great Dracula, and the guy who plays Renfield, he's also Beast in First Class, X-Men First Class. He's good. He's good. Everyone else is good. It's just Aquafina shows up, and she's supposed to be this badass cop, and she's Aquafina, and I'm sorry, she's just a weird-looking Asian girl, and like I don't know what it is with putting. You can't put like a pretty good-looking one. You got to find a weird-looking one. Like I don't get it, but
I don't know, man. Like, and the thing is that like her, so she got. I'm not sure we talked about this, but she got a lot of shit. Like, because that's not, how she sounds like. She sounds like she's from the streets.
Yeah.
Sort of sounds like she's like sort of black. The way she talks. She doesn't have that accent naturally.
No.
Like she actually has a regular person voice, but I guess like she grew up in like New York or some shit like that. So that's why she has that sort of like twang in her. And a lot of people are talking about like she's appropriating black culture by talking like that.
Hey man.
But yeah, that was fucking weird as fuck, man.
It's like, yes, I think it's wrong that you give her crap for that, but that's the circles she runs in. And I can't feel bad for people who play a game and that they know the rules of, and then they get upset when the rules apply to them. It's like, well, it's your game. It's your stupid rules.
All right. So let's go. Let's go on and briefly talk about this. I do want to talk about this because it has to do with AI. So, Grae and Dan, where you guys stand on AI and specifically art? Let's start with Grae.
Of course, if you're an artist, just use it as a very, very minimal base. Don't blatantly use it and say it's your art. That's about it. But if you are a casual normie like me, it's a good way to use it as your like template, which I admittedly started doing. It's like, oh, okay, instead of me trying to draw it or having to hire someone to do it, I can just have the AI do it for me. It's not something that I will showcase to a company for me to sell. Obviously, it's something that I will use for myself. So it's fine. I can just use AI. The composition of how much AI does is fine because I'm not using it for absolute commercial monetary purposes. But if you're an artist, just use it as a very, very minimal base and then work your way to personalize it and to beautify it personally according to your skills and preferences.
What about you, Dan?
I'm when it comes to art, I'm actually very optimistic about it because I think we talked about this before. It actually does a lot of it's automation. And automation traditionally takes care of the menial, the repetitive, the no-brain type of stuff. And if your job is menial, repetitive, doesn't require a lot of thought, it's just mechanical in nature, like working on an assembly line, screwing in a bolt. Well, a machine can do that better.
Yeah.
This has now just come to art, which we didn't think would happen, and it did. But I started off really excited about it because it takes a lot of the things that it's kind of I would consider grunt work and does it and simplifies it. But I've actually started to see that I can't remember the name of the program, but there's a 3D animation program that actually utilizes AI to basically. All right, for those of our people who aren't animators, you basically have a virtual puppet when you animate in 3D, right? And in order to animate the puppet, you have to grab the handle of the wrist and move, and then you have to move the elbow to be correct, and then you have to move the waist to be correct, and the neck to be correct. Because if you just move the arm, it just moves the arm, and it stretches out the model, and it doesn't actually take the form or the pose. Let's say if he was running, it doesn't take that pose. With the new program, and again, I have to look it up, the name of it. It actually uses AI to predict, okay, if I'm going to move the arm and drag it up, then the whole puppet will be predicted to adjust automatically so that you don't have to use every single handle. It takes care of that. And then you can still nudge it if you want to. If you pull the arm up and it changes the balance of the puppet, it changes all this stuff. So it probably sounds like French to everyone. But the point is that it takes care of a lot of the grunt work.
Yeah.
So I do want to play around with that some more. I actually started using AI for AI generated art for a lot of my concept stuff and for my color palettes and everything, because, as an independent, you don't really have a whole team of people you work with. I get a script and a soundtrack, and I am to take it from script and soundtrack to finish animation. That means I'm doing everything. Now, maybe your specialty isn't color, or your specialty isn't concept, or maybe it might take me a couple hours to sketch out a bunch of thumbnails and sketch out a bunch of scenes and try to come up with a color palette that I want to work with. Well, now I can actually just tell AI I want, and I think I mentioned this last time, give me a gas station in the woods that's on a dirt road surrounded by green fir trees. And it'll give me like as many as I want, 14, 20 different versions of that.
Yeah.
Now, none of them by themselves will be useful, but I can take those as concept art and I can take those as color palette and say, oh, I like this scene. I like this concept. I'm going to use that design, but I'm still going to have to draw it myself. I'm just going to use that as a reference. And I love this color palette from this one and this one. And so I'll actually just take an eyedropper tool and my color palette's done in like 10 minutes and my concept is already finished. So I can actually sketch. Now, I say that as an independent who's doing it himself. It actually helps as a really great tool to save a lot of time. If you work in the union, if you work in the industry, if you work in the cartels, you have teams of colorists. You have, well, they're called color designers now. Excuse me very much. You have teams of concept artists whose job is to just draw crap. That's all they do. It's a coveted position where they draw and they paint and then they present that, and maybe one of these will inspire someone to make a design out of it. It's a really, really cush job. Those jobs are on their way out. Those are no longer necessary.
Yep.
Especially with the decentralization of animation, where you're not going to have it done in a big studio that's a union shop. You're going to have it done in Colorado or Utah or Nashville or wherever, and they're going to be or like with Rippaverse, he's going to have a team of maybe 3 to 5 people. Yeah, this is good. This is going to save a lot of time and a lot of cost. And then when you have animation programs being created that actually uses AI to help you predict, like if I have this virtual puppet and I need to make him run and jump over this box, instead of having to move every single body part, I know if I move one, it automatically adjusts the rest of it to make sense. And then you can still play with it then. Saves so much time and effort.
Yeah.
So will it do anything specific? Not yet. It's really stupid. But
yeah, it's still in its infancy, right?
Yeah. But I found that like if I wanted to draw something specific, like if I said I want 5 zombies coming out of a graveyard at night with fog, it'll give me all kinds of versions of it, but none of them will be exactly what I had in mind. Yeah. Right. So it works as a concept. Like, oh, I like the look of this. I like the color of this. But if I want to actually produce something that I have in my head as an artist, I still need to draw it.
Yeah.
You know, I still got to do it. And so for people who aren't artists, this is even better because now you can produce all kinds of stuff. But as a person who is an artist, this is actually a wonderful tool. It can be misused, obviously. There can be people who
Mhm.
enter art contests
Absolutely.
or I'm a concept or I'm a character designer.
I just typed it in the AI to generate it.
Yeah, here's 15 character designs that I came up with totally, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But the thing is, you're not the only one with that tool. Everyone has that tool. So now then it becomes a matter of who can use a tool most efficiently.
Yeah.
I think the potential for cost saving is huge.
Ginormous, yeah.
Yeah, and coming from an economic point of view, and again, this is not music to anyone's ears who's pro-union or, there's a lot of trade unionists out there. The fact is, when production becomes more economical, when it becomes cheaper to do, you're going to get more of them.
Mhm.
That means more places to work. That means more independent contractors. That means a lot more people everywhere, not just in Hollywood, but everywhere, are going to be able to produce stuff. We might get inundated with it. There might be a million Rippaverses popping up every now and then. But the good stuff will be paid for. The bad stuff will go away, and that's just the way. That's just the way
Yep.
people are. So
Yep.
I'm very optimistic when it comes to art. As far as AI and everything else, I'm very skeptical because it is a tool, and it's a tool that can be utilized for both good and evil.
Yeah.
And if you own it, well, they're evil. So.
Now, the reason why I want to bring it up is because I guess there's some, have you guys been seeing those like AI generated like Pixar posters like all
Love
over
them.
social
Oh my
media?
god, they're amazing.
Yeah. So I want to talk about that really quick. So I'm gonna bring this up right over here. There's some of them right over here, right? You got this one, right? You got the towers. That one's pretty freaking awful.
Oh my god.
Right, and you
Cost.
Yeah, cost right over here with Hitler and shit like that. And then we got one jar and finding Osama, and you have a bunch of other stuff here, right? But I guess Pixar is pissed. Disney and Pixar, they're like, what the fuck is happening? So right over here it says Walt Disney Company has issued a legal copyright complaint against Microsoft for the use of AI on Bing. Disney wants Microsoft to prevent the use of their logos, names, trademarks, and images created on the app, especially the use of the Pixar logo. So the logo wise, I understand. But like if you look at some of these, like on the bottom, actually has like a Chinese character or some shit like that. It would be like Pixar or something like that. But
they're gonna
so
lose.
basically they want them to stop.
They're gonna lose. It's parody. These are memes. I didn't even think of that. Like, I'm glad you brought these up because I did see these, and I can't believe it. I was thinking of from the point of view of an artist who creates art, but the potential for memes has demonstrably been increased. And yeah, Disney can bitch and moan and complain. Memes are parody. Memes are satire. You can't patent a style. Style is a style. Anyone can use a style. And as far as like using the logos, well, if Microsoft is using these posters as actual advertisement for actual things that they're going to sell and make money, yeah, you have a case. But if you have just a bunch of shit posters on the internet creating these things just to poke fun at everything, sorry, tough shit.
Yeah, so it's like, yeah, it's like for me, it's like, yeah, its style is different, right? Like you can't really like, it's like, oh, I'm gonna have a copyright this. It's because this is our style. It's like, no, the thing is that all of these artists jump from studio to studio all the time. So that means that this person's specific styles are going to remain in the studio. So you can't do that, right? So I think that this is hilarious. And I think they're going to lose this because like we said, this is just the infancy of AI. It's only going to get better. I think people who are like afraid of it is like you got to roll with the punches, man. It's like we already have Shad from Shadversity. Like he's been posting a bunch of like AI stuff. Like he actually did a bunch of fine tuning to get it, and a lot of people are still hating the fact that he's using AI. But my favorite one that I saw is this one right here. This one.
Oh, if you thought
man,
cannons were allowed before, now you have AI to help you.
There it is. There it is. Yo, what's going on? Alec Baldwin's finger. Yeah, that Kyle Rittenhouse one is the best. Yeah, I can't find that one, but yes, that one is amazing.
Yeah, and then
amazing.
There's a Sonic Chew one also. As per
Wait, there's a Sonic Chew one? Wait, hold on.
There's also one of Bill Clinton on the Lolita Express. That was the first one I saw, and I could not stop laughing. It was so disturbing.
Let's see.
It's like William.
Are you talking about this? Are you talking about this one?
Yeah, that one.
What is going on here?
What is Sonic Chew?
I don't.
Oh,
know.
you
know what that
don't
is.
know?
I
Yeah,
don't know what
I
this
have
is.
no idea what this is talking about.
Okay, so
Oh no, chat. They don't know.
This is the
They
boomer
don't
moment
know.
for me. What is
They
Sonic
don't
Chew?
know it. They don't know, chat. Oh my god. It's I don't know, man. If we're gonna cover something like that, it's gonna take a really long time.
Oh boy.
Okay, you guys have to search for it. There are literal documentaries on YouTube on how it all went down.
I will
Search
put on incognito mode and search for it.
search Chris Chan.
Chris Chan?
Chris Chan. Yeah. It's too long. You cannot cover it today. It's way too long. You watch it during your free time and watch the documentaries on YouTube and see from the very beginning up until the end.
Oh boy.
Okay, I'm just gonna read
Do
this
not-
headline.
The headline, that's already late into this stage, but it's crazy how it all went down.
Okay, I'm just gonna read this headline over here. A timeline of Chris Chan's incest charge, which comes years after online trolling that documented the creator's relationship with her mother. What the fuck?
Yeah. You need to watch the entire thing.
Oh my!
Like Andy Contreras, you need to watch from the beginning for you to get the full context of that image. It's insane, man. It's insane.
Wow.
So this, I don't know. So I had no idea what this image is.
Yeah, you won't get it. You definitely won't get it right now. But if you start watching from the documentary of Chris Chan's life from the beginning, you're 100% gonna get that. You're gonna see how disturbing that image actually is.
Oh boy.
Okay, now, do I want to know?
It's
Like, is it like, will this help me in the future?
I don't
you
think
want
it's gonna help us.
if you want to see the worst of what the internet can do to a person, and some people who were bad and eventually tried to help the person because of how guilty they felt, it's a long saga. It's a very long saga.
Oh no!
Oh boy. Okay. Yeah, there seems to be quite a lot to this. I'm gonna have to go.
It's long. The documentaries are hours long. Hours.
I
long.
gotta go
man.
educate myself. Gotta do my
Okay.
research.
Like it's oh man, that's actually pretty funny.
Yeah. Look at Andy. Andy knows the whole thing too. Because I know. I watched the documentaries.
man.
I know. I thought you guys
Oh.
knew.
No, I had no idea what this is. I was like, why is this funny?
Yep.
Okay. That's good to know. That is good to know. So you're saying that I should stay away from it.
Up to you. It's like if you want to expound on what the internet is capable of.
I'll DM you some posters. Okay. If you the DM some good ones on Project Eggroll. Because I did see like a Kyle Rittenhouse one. I did see a Boku no Pico one. I was like, what the fuck? Dan, do you know what that is?
Which one?
Boku no Pico.
No.
Yeah, I saw that one. I didn't get it. I didn't get it.
Okay, so I gotta make sure I'm on safe incognito.
Yeah,
Man.
incognito. Everyone.
Yeah,
if you got it.
Okay, I'll read you what Boku no Pico is. It might get really okay. Boku no Pico is a Japanese original video OVA. It's a hentai series described as the world's first Shotokan anime, and it's produced and primarily marketed to male audiences. It's basically BL, but with little kids, little boys.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and basically, someone did a Pixar version of a guy sitting next to a grown man sitting next to a little boy, and it says Boku no Pico, Pixar, Disney. I was like, what the fuck? Oh man. Yeah. It's not good. I think that's enough internet for today. That's enough.
Yeah.
But yeah.
The meme cannons just got a big upgrade. They're now throwing nukes and Moabs thanks to AI.
Yeah. It's sort of like it's like you weren't intended to use it like that, right?
Just imagine how salty and upset and copy the wokies get when memes are drawn in like MS Paint. you know, and that's bad enough. Now we have fully rendered 3D Pixar level art.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, but yeah, probably not gonna dive into that Sonic Chew thing. Until I feel like I'm ready.
I also saw someone use AI to do like Norman Rockwell style memes of modern day. That was hilarious too. So if you get a couple of those, Norman Rockwell draws like a modern SJW teacher on one of those riding scooters teaching kids.
Yeah, see, stuff are gonna get out of hand, like this right over here, man.
Yeah.
Like this one right over here. I make sure I don't go scroll too down. Like right over here, it's like it's like you have
a love story. Oh my god.
Yeah, Prison Break, a love story soap. Like I want to make sure that like I don't, because you know I'm on like there's a lot of weird Twitter stuff, right? So I want to make sure I don't do it. Oh shit. Yeah, I'm trying to see which ones are good. Okay, some of these look pretty good, but like once they add the posters to it, it looks pretty cringe. But yeah, there's some Sonic ones, there's some Mario ones, there's some Russian ones, there's a cocaine one. There's a Roblox one, but yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. But all right, so Dan, you know, for people who want to get to know you a little bit better, are you gonna start a social media?
I'm still the boomer on IG only, and that's only pretty sparingly. Right now, I'm just working on trying to get work. You know, again, when you're independent, you don't really. If you're not working, then you're not getting paid. So right now,
I get that for sure.
Yeah. So. And I know there's no money in this in the beginning. I know you got to work real hard for a very long time, and so it's opportunity cost. I got to spend my time trying to get the next gig. But I'm, you know, that being said, I'm happy to come back here anytime before you guys blow up. You know, one day you're gonna get. I have no doubt one day you're gonna get so big. It's like, well, now we're gonna be talking to only important people, and so. All your friends are just gonna have to
I don't think we're gonna get big. It just there. I consider us just more like talking with our friends and just like talking about random shit that we find that's like annoying and stuff like that, and we just make that into segments and stuff like that. Like I don't think we're gonna be anywhere near like, you know, Nerdrotic or Geeks and Gamers or anything like that. Like I think it's just like we're just having fun. We're just having fun, but you know, if we do, that'd be great. But
yeah, it'd be great. But yeah.
But what about you, Grae? What are you up to, man? Where can people find you and stuff?
Yeah, so I posted the past few days, so some big stuff's gonna happen to me. I told to Phil last week because I only told him because like I was still, hey Phil, this is something that can happen to me, but right now it's confirmed it's gonna happen. So I'll let the cat out the bag. So yeah, I'll be in now until the foreseeable future. I'll be producing less videos, and I'll be focused on my channel, the Grey Blade channel, which you can find the link below. And I'll be focused on trying to maximize the functions of AI to a YouTube channel. Because yeah, I know you guys don't want to hear that, so I won't be putting it here, obviously. But maybe I'll talk about it in my Discord, like how much AI voice am I using, how much AI art am I using in the YouTube channel. The reason why is I don't know if it's just a coincidence that we're talking about AI last, but the reason why is because I was offered a position to operate for an AI company. So I will be taking that job, which entails writing the AI and customizing and optimizing the AI in accordance to client needs and specifications. So I need to talk to clients. Oh, I want this AI to function like this. I want this AI to function like that. So it's obviously a huge career shift for me. So I will need to be focused on that when I start next late December, very close to Christmas.
You know,
So
congratulations,
Damn,
man.
congratulations.
yeah,
Huge.
yeah, I'm nervous and excited at the same time because like it's a huge jump. It's probably the most challenging part of anything I've ever done in my career. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Wow.
so I wanted to coincide with what I'm doing here on YouTube. It's like while I'm trying to make AI work for myself at the same time, I'm learning the ins and outs of the AI industry itself in a company perspective. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say because it's not some because like people come here for like for me or Phil and our guests, but they don't even come here to listen to a robot talking, right? That's why I was kind of withholding. I was kind of withholding it for the time.
But the thing is that it's AI is going to get so good they won't know. They won't know that's AI in the future. Like it's just going to get better and better. And the fact that you're going to be working so closely with it, like by the time like this video of you right now could be AI and we won't even know it.
Yeah, and we're already using it for our shorts, right? We're already using.
Yeah,
We're already using,
we're basically using an AI program to basically like make our shorts, and it basically cuts out like 10 different shorts that can be used that can be good for like short format, and actually does the sizing for you. It gives you the what's it called again, the closed captions, which is pretty good. Now the only thing that I ask you, Grae, just don't make stuff like this. Just don't make stuff like that, and we are good.
Yeah, the company I work for specializes in voice AI, but I was told by my incoming boss that they do have plans to make their own end-to-end AI. So that's pretty exciting. And yeah, it's such a huge adjustment for me because apart from the work, it's completely different from what I'm doing. And it's 100% I have to go back to the office. Oh, I can't work from home anymore. So a lot less time to make videos. So yeah, obviously it's a big adjustment on my part. So it's gonna be more on my main channel and more of trying to make AI work here on YouTube. Yeah.
Let's see. Someone's a couple things are surprised no one has made a Pixar Gorlock yet. I don't think anyone wants to see that though. Gorlock the Destroyer. But let's see. Yeah, see the people in the chat. I'm just reading your comments right now. Just like I'm not gonna go like go down and look at the stuff. I probably need to be like mentally prepared if I want to see some of that Sonic Chew stuff. Yeah, but Andy says these streams are always fun. Feel great host and guests, awesome chat and interesting discussions, plus a lot of funny moments here and there. Yo, thank you. Yeah, Project Eggroll is fake. I knew it. Yeah, it's run by China. Yeah, is it AI or Gray Eye?
Oh
shit!
Oh shit!
You got it. You got him. But yo, and you can find me at what's it called again? I'm on what's it called again? Twitch. I've been streaming there. Streaming on Kick and YouTube. I've been streaming Mario RPG. And it's been really good. It's been really good. I'm enjoying Mario RPG. I've never played it, so the remake is actually pretty damn cool. But yeah, let's see. What's Gray Eye? Yo, what's going on, Argo? How's it going? We're about to but yes, I don't think we have any guests next week. I know next week here is Thanksgiving, and I think we should still have our Saturday stream though. But we should like I don't think I'm doing anything. I think I'm just doing family stuff on Thursday and Friday. So
Thanksgiving is not really a huge thing here. And
I can't imagine it would be. It's kind of
yeah.
All right, cool. All right, thank you everyone. Your Mario RPG is awesome. Yeah, definitely really fun. But yo, thank you everyone. Thank you, Grae, for monitoring the people on Rumble. Thank you so much to people who are watching us on Rumble. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. We will be back next week. We're gonna talk about a bunch of stuff. I'm pretty sure a bunch of random shit's gonna come out and more shenanigans. And if you guys haven't already done so, go ahead and follow the channel and like subscribe and stuff like that. I know I usually say that at the beginning, but I always forget. Like the video and stuff like that. If you guys want to recommend this to your family and friends, that'll be great. Usually a lot of stuff is like word of mouth. Actually, a lot of word of mouth stuff. So we're gonna try to get Jay back on. I know he's been really busy working on his pirate stuff, and he's working on Acromatic Chronicles #2. That's gonna be coming out next year. So we're gonna see if we can get him back on. If not, most likely we're gonna have more guests in probably next year, early next year. But yes, go ahead and follow us on Rumble. Subscribe to the channel and stuff like that. Share this video with your friends, and we will be back next week. See you guys. Take
Thank
care.
you, Eggroll. Thank you,
Bye
chat.
bye.
See you next time.